Hello.
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 Hello. I'm sorry that you can't see Makoto. Makoto Gaming Network is like, I can't see. But yes, hello everybody. We're here. We're gonna play some Zelda today. My eyes. That's never gonna not be funny to me. I have the perfect recollection of that fish in my brain.
There are so many lines in SpongeBob. There's so many, like, if you just show me an image of any random fish in SpongeBob, I can imagine perfectly what their voice sounds like.
It's so weird, right?
It's like big meaty claws, like that fucking guy.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Yeah.
I love the young people.
It's SpongeBob is a treasure.
That's great. SpongeBob RP 2027. So
We just picked random fish from the background.
yeah, you guys are random anchovies, and you guys gotta, I don't know, evolve. I don't know. I fucking. It's one of those games. It's you were isekai'd there, and you have to evolve.
Oh, so it's actually a mystery dungeon game. Just disguised as something else.
That'd be fun to do again one day. Is to do a mystery dungeon game again. I don't know if the world is ready for Pongo though. So, especially if Squeaky's involved. So with all that being said,
with Pongo.
with all that being said, we are gonna jump into the thing here. Blah. Into the room.
What?
There it is. It's the room. I put Castletown here because we may not ever see it again. So here it is. There it be. Wouldn't that just be Spore? How dare you? Yes, it would.
I was definitely thinking that.
It would be Undersea Spore. Yes. What about that crab? What about that new crab game? What if it was like Crab Souls? But yes, we are here in Castletown. Everybody is going to be going off and doing their separate things. We left everyone off exploring and expanding out. I mentioned this in the pre-stream, but I'm not entirely sure where the game is going to go today. We could be either in for a very short game or a normal game, or I guess there's a possibility if you guys are doing something like really neat, I might be like, hey guys, can we keep going? I don't know, but I'm decently sure that I have several endpoints in my brain hole. As soon as you guys hit one of those and I can't think of anything else to do with the other players, we're just gonna let it ride and go next week. We've been doing good. We haven't, I mean, I don't want to mention it, but we've had like a good streak of games.
Yeah. And now that you've said it, you've brought a curse upon our house.
My house.
I had thought about it and I almost said it in the very beginning. I'm just like, you know what?
You fool.
But at that
doomed
point,
us all.
at that point, it was already a thought. So that means it could already be cursed.
Now we have to get every ending in myhouse.y.
How could you do this?
It's gonna take forever.
Power outage in 3, 2, 1. Shut up, Becky.
Well, I mean, I guess technically, I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks next month, so it's gonna break.
It's your fault.
Pretty soon.
It's all your fault.
I live in Vancouver.
How dare you? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't be around for game while you're on vacation to Vancouver?
Oh yeah, that'll go over really well. I'll just ask other people who are using their work setup, hey, can I borrow your work setup so I can do something not work related?
Yeah, exactly. You understand?
I'm not doing that. It's different for Nat 19 because Nat 19's work related.
How dare you? No, it's fine. I understand. We will get things settled. Hopefully, we won't miss any until then. How about that's the goal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all can still play without me, so it's fine.
That's true. We could just.
I would prefer it if you did, honestly, unless it's like some like you're about to get into the shit.
I mean, we might.
Oprah dies while you're gone. Couldn't save her.
No, oh man, no,
Can you
don't do that.
imagine?
Don't
You
do that
fucking
tonight.
Not that we
Imagine.
want her to die, but like, man, if only Ronan was there to roll. Maybe he should have.
You know what? Don't play while I'm gone. I
I don't know how to tell you this, Ronan, but Obera, Z, Magic Frog, and also your clan Ben of all parents.
Hey, you still got Don.
Oh no, he fell off a cliff and
You
died.
don't got
He
Don.
he spun around in circles and just dug into the earth. We haven't seen him since.
He'll come back eventually.
It's this
Maybe.
hole right here, and you can still hear him digging.
He's not stopping.
It's been
I'm
listening
con-
to
I'm
it for
Found
months.
the holes that the fucking the Gorons dug and decided to keep going.
Oh.
See what happens.
We just get the Tomska skin of the hole.
He's getting to the other map. He's getting to the other tiers of the kingdom map, man. That's just happening.
Meanwhile, we're in low room.
Meanwhile, in Rome. Funny.
The sky is falling.
It just pops out of the ground. It's like, that's a weird
It's
dog.
just like the fucking Godzilla Hollow Earth shit, where that's just low rule.
Yeah.
Everyone, I'm gonna roll a dice. It's gonna tell us who's gonna tell us what happened last time. Marco is 4, Polo is 2, Ronan is 3, Gorthos is 1. Is a weird one today. Ronan,
Hi.
what happened last time?
We were in the castle. Everyone's brains were scrambled.
Big goop brains.
Yeah, they were goo-brained, and we started doing stuff like playing songs and using magic shields and stuff to make their brains not goo anymore. We turned their caterpillar brains into beautiful brain butterflies. And then they went back to being caterpillars again because nothing was working. And then we were like, okay, well, what do we do? And then Marco had a role that probably changed the course of the entire campaign for a little bit, where he realized, oh snap, something's going. So it's something is like the source of this thing. And then we were like, well, we got to find it. And then we were like, it's got to be the thingy that they saw the queen's face in, the Gerudo queen. And we were like, oh, it's the little pool that we made for Argo. So we went out there. Well, Obera went out there and used a heat lantern and heckin' dried it all up. And everyone was free from their brains being goo.
I'm so glad the dungeon item was used.
Right? The thing has never been used more efficiently than with that. But yeah, and then we were like, well, thank goodness that's over, and nothing bad will ever happen ever again, right, guys? Right. As Marco walks away, wondering if he's gonna fucking blow up from his evil fucking malice nuke. And we were like, well, what do we do? It's like, well, we should probably unlock the power of the Triforce, says Boogie Meal, who knows everything about all the things. And it's like, to do that, we have to go into the Divine Gate. Well, looky here, we just happen to have these 3 little thingies that can do that exact thing. So we're gonna do that thing. And yeah, Marco is probably gonna die.
Rip.
Ripperoni, my dude.
Pepperoni and pasta marinara.
You just like scroll. You're like doom scrolling through Twitter on your phone. It's like rip. Sucks, Marco.
But yeah, that was decently exactly what went down. You guys learned a little bit about the fact that this or how the magic worked. Maybe keep a brain on that or something at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Also, Ronan gave the fucking fairy thingies to Faraday so she
Yes.
can stay immune to brain goo forever.
Yeah.
We also learned this is a curse, not like normal magic.
Mhm.
That too.
And specifically, I do want to bring up, because there was a bit of a thing in the chats a couple of weeks ago about how Marco's abilities work. Marco's abilities work on spell casts. They work on spells that come at Marco. They work at things like that. Marco can use their abilities outside of what is written to do things like, oh, that's cursed energy, I want to numb it. Oh, that's magic, I want to do something with it. He can do those things, but the specifics of the ability is if somebody shoots Marco with a curse beam, Marco can be like, no, you. Like, that's kind of how that works. He can take it and then use it against them. What Marco can't do is Marco can't just instantly solve any amount of curse. Otherwise, he could walk up to Gorthos and be like, you're dead.
Yeah. Just absorb Ganon. End of campaign.
Just the biggest suck of my whole life.
Another thing, there is a difference between curse power, magic power, and malice. Malice is a very specific thing that is unique to monsters and Ganon. That's things that normal people cannot fuck with, unless they do. Marco works with things that can do it. Marco, essentially think Marco works with dark magic, which is what curse is, and Galen is like fucking with regular magic, elemental magic. That's what that stuff is. And we'll say that the rites are light magic, if that helps at all. Curse is mostly dark magic, not malice. Glad we've settled everything. Nobody's ever going to ask questions again. So that is essentially what's going down. Marco could sense this because Marco does have a bit of a connection with it, which is why Marco is the only one I had roll for that, for the big thing here. And I'm very happy that everything basically went perfectly. That was, as you said, that was a big turning point in a lot of things. If you guys couldn't figure out how this worked, you would have had to have fled the city. A lot of the people that you were afraid of had access to your house as well.
Yeah. None of the places our house was connected to would have been safe.
I was ready for it. I was ready for you guys to fucking make a beeline into the desert without having your house to back you up for the first time the entire campaign.
And then we get there and we meet Kuro and he's like, hey guys, I just put the knob on the door.
And then an army runs out of it. Everyone praise me. I did it.
Good job, champ.
There are, again, this is a very volatile part of the campaign because we are basically into the final major arc of the game. However you go into it and how it plays out will definitely affect the ending, just like a lot of things have.
Game now.
We're in the end game. We're
In the end game, brother.
We're here. It's a Monday, and we're here.
Yeah, brother.
With that being said, last time everybody was leaving, going off on their own to do their own different things. A lot of the people here were setting themselves up to begin to gather themselves in Southern Hyrule. The king has basically said he is moving his base of operations to Lon Lon. So that city is about to get very militarized very quickly. There's also talk of going and talking to not only the Gorons, but also the Zora army, which means somebody's going to go talk to Gidon pretty soon. There's a lot of things going down that is going to centralize a lot of things, and they're going to be ready to block off apparently an army of Iron Knuckles that are coming out from the deserts. So we'll see how that goes down very soon. Everyone have made their way away. Ronan was making their way away. Polo was making their way away. Galen was with Polo. Gorthos is making their way away. I was about to say Gorthos and I said Gallon. And the reason I said in that order is because Marco definitely would not have been able to get away with what he just got away with if you guys were there. So as we are going into this, with Marco being the last one getting out of there, going somewhere else, I would like to know, for everybody here, going down the list, Gorthos. Currently, the plan is to do something with the others to activate the Triforce of Power. At this point, things have to be figured out as to what to do with not only Demise, not only the kingdoms who are going to be making their way apparently into the Sacred Realm, not only your friends that are going to be doing that, but also, can you even go there?
I might disintegrate.
I would like to know, before any of those things become a humongous issue in your brain, because they're going to be happening soon, is there anything you would like to do to either help yourself get ready for all of this, or anything you want to do before having to make such decisions? Is there anything you want to do to help you make the decisions, or anything you want to do to take your mind off the decisions? I'll be asking the other three similar questions. But I'm just gonna make sure.
In the interim, while we're getting things ready, I guess a question that I've been trying to figure out for a while is how to reconstruct the big body and maybe get it some actual weapons, because I'm lacking in a lot of weapons for a lot of bodies right now.
Understood.
Not just demons.
You still
but
have the
not
rock
Zelda.
spear.
Reconstructing the body may be difficult. You would need to have a very strong bone to add on to your skeleton. You know you can do that. This has always been a power you can do.
Yeah.
However, anything you add to a body is very brittle and can break. When it comes to your body in particular, you need a new leg.
And a hand, right?
You definitely need a leg in order to get it to move.
Yeah.
You don't need a hand to get it to move.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, but you do need a new arm eventually.
Yeah.
At this point, you know that through magic, you can potentially make any bone do whatever. Through manipulation, you can potentially do the same. It doesn't matter if you get like a bokoblin arm or a moblin arm.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, it will fit to the body. But you will need a new leg and you will need a new arm in order to be back at 100%. And even then, you're not sure that you'll ever actually be at 100% with that body again. In order to do that, you might need hero remains. And currently, you know where some hero remains are as I look back behind toward the tunnel.
I'm not robbing my son's grave. There's
right here.
there's
You can
I
ask-
look at that one.
You could ask your son. I'm just saying. You also know there's an entire graveyard full of hero remains.
You have a smorgasbord of fucking body parts.
But only like 3 of them can give consent, is what I'm saying.
I just imagine him going freaking Demise and asking for an arm. He's like, so I'm the asshole.
Literally, the only way you could ever get consent for any of these is to ask your son, ask Cartani, or ask Marco's family.
Can I rob your family's grave? Thanks.
Yeah. The worst part is he knows all of them and he doesn't want to rob their bodies. He didn't remember who Atalanta was when he jumped into that. That was a little too late. It's gross to him. But
You could also potentially ask other people if they know where anything like that would be, or even if they know where bones in general would be. But currently, yes, in order to get that body to work again, you need a new leg at the very least.
Okay.
Preferably maybe like 2 just in case. Or you could always look to one of your other 2 bodies and be like, sort of start grafting, you know?
Oh god, I'm gonna be Godfrey.
Be like, hey mage, do you mind if I take your mage hands and put them on my demon body? It might work.
It would probably work, but I'm just sitting here like, I don't know if I'm desperate enough to start fucking scrap metaling things together.
Isn't that what a good person who is in charge of a forge would do? Reuse metals that they didn't.
Yeah, you see, the bodies might be sapient now. I'm pretty sure that they're like alive, but they're not supposed to talk or act independently. So I don't know what I did. Can I try substituting them with metal?
In order for you to do that, you could make a functional, like, prosthetic, like a peg leg or something, but it wouldn't have the mobility of a real armor leg.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You could replace your fucking arm with a sick fucking like big knife though.
I hear that one guy from Quest for Camelot with the sword here.
Yeah.
That'd be sick.
Who needs an arm when you have a fucking like rapier or like a blade or an axe on your side, right?
You're thinking too small. Gorthos invents the chainsaw hand. Groovy.
I need to find some way to power it. Looks to the sacred realm.
Okay.
I need to find some way to power it. Looks over to Ronan. Do you still have that blessing of the fairies?
No.
Darn. Wait, I know. I'll take the black powder.
Nah.
Listen, I know exactly what you need. You need to take some fairy mud on it.
Yeah?
I mean, jokes aside, and plausible ideas aside, the problem is these bodies in general need work on them. I need gear. The wizard has no gear. At least Donu has armor and Elnath has all that magic shit on him. So I need to get myself out. I need to focus on what I got on me instead of trying to fix what's broken.
Currently, as far as gear is concerned, you guys do know there is an entire other set of armor back at the house that no one's currently using. Galen's old Kokiri set is there if you want to ask Galen for it. Or you can make your way to get some basic clothing here. You do know that for this body in particular, putting any kind of armor on it might be detrimental. But you always could try. Depending on the make of it, it could be fine.
It could be doable. Okay. How much gold do I have? Like actual gold. Like gold ore.
Oh, I know what you
meant. Check. Yeah, okay.
At the moment,
not really.
not
much.
really a lot.
No. A lot of iron. Okay.
You have some iron. You have some iron. You have a few small pieces of goddess metal. You have some pillar shrapnel. You have a ruby.
That's good for decoration. God. I have a whole chest full of malice if I want to play with Ganon's techniques. I think that to take his mind off of, to relax, because we've been, I think Gorthos is going to take some time to make something for the wizard, make some stuff for the wizard.
Okay.
You might ask for some aid from our local tailors to get something going on, because he's kind of interested in what this Sheikah weave can do.
All right. We will
Among
check.
other things.
We will check things out with that in just a bit. Then, the same question will go to Polo. At this point, you know that opening up the Sacred Realm is most likely the next thing you guys need to do. It is apparently going to unlock the full power of the Triforce of Power that the three of you hold. In order for that to happen, you need to think about exactly what's going to happen when you go in there. You guys have already basically figured out what's going on with the king. The king's what he's going to ask for, and blah, blah, blah. But you guys also need to eventually figure out, are you doing anything with Demise? Are you not doing anything with Demise? Is there any other such things you want to do there? Galen in particular seem to think that just opening the Sacred Realm would solve whatever problem he's been having to get the bodies of those goddesses ready. Is there anything you'd like to do to prepare for that? Anything you'd like to do to get your mind off of that? What would you like to do for the rest of your day?
There is the thing where it was like, we have to go and fight the rock. And once we fight the rock, then that means he's Demise is in danger.
Yeah.
Unless we let him into the Sacred Realm, and it's like, well, we're about to go open it.
That will most likely happen tomorrow. Opening the Sacred Realm.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, we're going to be opening it.
Yes.
And one of the things that could probably make things easier is if we just let him go in it.
That is one of the major things currently, is you do know that several of your allies currently are iffy about that. Gorthos is basically a no. But if you'd like to try to convince some of them, you can definitely do that as well. Because again, you have seen that creature. All of you just went and fought it, and apparently it's going to have another 1,000 years to prepare for you guys again. So it is up to you whether or not you want to make it easier, get rid of Demise from the equation so that something stronger doesn't immediately arise, or if you want to do something else with that. Because right now, the biggest problem with Demise going in is apparently Demise believes that if he stays in the Sacred Realm, he will basically ascend to godhood. And from what you've heard from Link, that's probably fine.
It's that thing of right now, it's like, what's the bad thing that we're worrying about? And no one can come up with the bad thing aside from, well, Demise was bad though.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's like, okay, but he's not now. What's the actual con that we have to worry about from letting him ascend? And yes, everyone has their reservations. So I think while thinking about that and mulling that over, she would probably first initially try to talk to Galen about it. Also as well, kind of seeing how he is after she saw him bow to the king, which is something I don't think has actually happened this whole game.
Nuh-uh.
He has never bowed to anyone, so that's that thing where it's like, oh, like this is.
He's done little curtsies, but he has not bowed.
He's never bowed. The king has in fact bowed to him before, and she saw that. And I remember we all saw that. So
Yes.
Again, for him to like take a knee is a very big deal. So that's something that she's like also wanting to check on him of, but also wanting to bring up the topic of, hey, so like we don't have an actual good reason why Demise can't go into the Sacred Realm and possibly ascend.
We could start things off for you with wanting to go talk to Galen if you'd like.
Well, they were both on their way home. Like they were both on Orion. So
he would have a specific thing he would want to do, which is why I'm like, if we want to start with that, I know exactly where that's gonna go.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ronan, same question. At this point, you know that all of Hyrule's troops are going down toward southern Hyrule, right outside of where Gidan is, which is currently the entirety of the Caesora army that is left that is not protecting the River Zora. You know that currently a lot of people don't really know that that's going on, but yeah, at least the dam's not gonna fucking explode this time. At this point, you were kind of when it comes with Demise. You weren't really one way or the other. Eventually, you guys know that you have to decide something. You either need to hope that destroying the rock and saving the Kokiri isn't going to screw you guys over, or you need to remove Demise from the equation by putting him into the Sacred Realm. Do you want to do anything to take your mind off of this decision for the first part of your day, or do you want to do something to sort of decide something, or talk to somebody to like decide something?
Well, first things first, he's gonna go collect his boys, Dawn and Magic Frog, and also the baby dragon.
Yes.
But aside from that, as far as talking to anyone about,
I don't actually know where you stand. Where do you stand on the whole demise thing?
I mean, he's like kind of.
Because right now we have like definite no.
As a person.
We have like definite no from Gorthos, definite yes from Polo, and you and Marco are sort of Marco is kind of working with him slightly, but not having any sort of thing. I'm gonna ask Marco the same thing in a minute. Where do you think you leaning?
He's kind of in the middle. He doesn't like the way that he makes his friend Gorthos feel. So that's like kind of like leaning towards negativity, but like at the same time, I would say it's mostly just neutral.
Okay. It's something that you could potentially be persuaded one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't really need to take your mind off of it. Or you don't really need to think about it right now. Whenever somebody brings things up to you, you can probably mess about with it. So what would you like to do for the first part of your day? Whenever you're leaving this place, you need to go and collect your friends, collect your allies.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to do beyond that? Would you like to go and attempt to talk to Gidon again? Would you like to go to attempt to find the River Zora again? Would you like to go to attempt to do anything in the home? Make your way back to WitchCon for any reason or another? You can basically go everywhere.
I think he'd want to get the Song of Storms learned.
You can definitely do that. That is something you can 1,000,000,000% work on. Do you want to go anywhere in particular to get yourself away from anything, or would you like to go anywhere in particular to focus on your song? Now that you are missing the fairy's heart within you, it does feel weird to not have this powerful magical item. It almost felt like that item had a heart of its own, probably because it was called that.
Yeah.
So missing it is definitely noticeable. You know for a fact that as long as you have Z or Argo or any other minstrel around you, your abilities as an oracle will not be sullied in any way. You can definitely still use your minute excerpts as an action still, as long as somebody is around you with that. But currently, it's definitely missing. There's definitely something not there.
And he notices it, but he kind of is just like, it's better off this way.
Anywhere in particular that might make you feel better about practicing?
I think he would want to go to heckin' the place Obera showed him, her little secret cove place.
You want to go to the cove?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go to the cove. Cool. All right. So you're gonna make your way back toward the River Zora domain.
Yeah.
All right. And Marco.
Yeah.
Same question as all of them. First off, I know that you have several things you'd like to talk to your family about at some point. You also just had that happen.
Yeah.
That just happened.
That's happened to him, and he did not, in fact, do the cool thing by sliding down his usual sliding spot. You can even see where the divot's there, too.
Yeah, man.
It started to become a path, and he's like, yeah, I did that. But now it's like he couldn't do it because his fear real bad. You
also know that, again, the whole Demise thing is going on. Where are you leaning at? You've sort of worked with Demise slightly. You've at least tried to talk with them and reason with them for certain other things that may go down. Where are you leaning as far as Demise is concerned?
He understands completely where Gorthus is coming from, and if we had any ideas as to how we could solve our problems without him needing to go to the Sacred Realm, Marco would be all about it. But we have, with everything that we've seen and done, we have zero ideas as to what we could do. So he unfortunately has to lean on the side, even though it's against his own personal better judgment, he has to lean on the side of letting him go to the Sacred Realm because it's their best chance of Ganon not getting him that they have at the moment. And that's how Marco sees it anyway.
Yeah, because you guys know you have to deal with the rock in order to save the Kokiri. Like,
Yes,
that's
we
just
have
something
to
that
deal with
needs to happen.
That
And
needs to happen.
That's
and
the only thing keeping all these baddies from going in there after demise.
Yeah. It's the only thing stopping them. And we can't let that keep going because the Kokiri are gonna fucking die out, and we don't want that. I mean, the Koroks. The Koroks are dangerously close to an extinction level event.
There's been a lot of dead Koroks in that forest.
We believe me, that is gonna weigh on Marco for the rest of his life that we've been unable to save the fucking Koroks for so long.
It's fine. They're trees. They'll be better.
They have a forest. If they need it, they can just walk up the forest and repopulate when they need to.
It's fine. We'll
For
just go
1,000
back to before they
years.
died and fucking kill it. It's fine.
I mean, you
no,
technically
no.
have several time zones left you can go to try to go after the rock. Yeah.
And just
Yeah.
ask Skullkid just ask them to find out if the Korok's can be saved. That's
Let's
all.
find out.
They come back with 8 first of every Korok.
Okay, so you're
Well,
leaning
stick to the
toward chucking him into the Sacred Realm.
Yeah, because there's just no other way to stop. Because that, despite the fact that
You don't have to
Ganon
convince
and
me.
him, yeah,
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk to him. You gotta talk to Gorthos.
that's the side that Marco is on. If there were other options, he would pick that, but he doesn't see them.
At this moment, then, since it doesn't feel like you need to have any convincing or unconvincing or anything to take your mind off of it, is there anything in particular you feel is the most necessary thing for Marco to do right now? You can go basically everywhere in the kingdom at this point, except for the desert. You can go and speak with any of the world leaders at this point that you'd like to. Most of them are behind you on that big on the hill there. I would like to know, where would you like to go? Who would you like to try to talk to? Or do you want to just go chill out? What's going down?
I think Marco wants to go. Sorry, I burped. I didn't want that on the thing because you told me not to burp on the mic.
You can burp whenever you want to.
I think Marco wants to go and first things first, because he wants to go. No matter what, he's going to the forest today. For reasons. He is gonna go talk to Demise himself,
Okay. All right.
or I guess Dampe.
Interesting. I know where all of you are going now. We're gonna start with probably Ronan. Because out of all of these, I feel like doing some practicing and maybe some cute cove things is it might be needed at the moment. Ronan, you guys make your way back to your place. Obera and you talking about what just happened. The ideas of, all of the armies of Castletown basically mobilizing and you guys still coming out on top. Good for you. Obera is still very much just like, it's fine. You guys would have had them either way. But as you are making your way through and as you do bring up the idea of going to the cove to practice, you find that Obera and Z are definitely down to go, definitely down to head out to that area. You can leave Z behind if you want.
No, it's up to Obera.
It's like, sorry, Z, I want to go practice, and by practice I mean kiss my girlfriend. Bye.
I mean, this is her place. That's her decision as far as he's concerned.
She seems perfectly fine with it. Perfectly fine with Z going. Mm-hmm.
I think I think he might part ways with Z for just a little bit.
You know a guy. You
Listen.
think you know someone. No, it's understandable. I understand.
How dare you?
That's a technical foul, Ronan.
That's a technical foul. No.
Mostly just because there might be
just-
conversations he wants to have that are, better had between two people than
he looks
with
back
a
at
third
you.
wheel.
He looks back at you with just smug face, like he's like, yeah, I know, I'm going. he just has the literal just. I'm gonna put the emote in chat. I'm gonna put that one in there. I love this emote. He doesn't have any cocoa, but he pulls some cocoa out.
Oh, okay, I know exactly which one you're talking about now. I don't have chat open, but I know the one.
But yeah, Z will definitely fly off. Z needs to go to the forest anyway, so they're down to head off toward the forest and make sure that their magics are working on anybody. Obra will laugh at you. That's just want you to know that. You make your way through, and you find yourself back at the river domain. I would get it out, but it is a big map. And we're just going to be leaving it immediately. But as you make your way to the river domain, you and Obra would immediately look around to find that it's very empty here. You find, as you both come out, you're having a bit of a chuckle. Obra is just like, being like, oh, maybe Z wanted to be around. It's just like, oh. As she steps out, though, she does seem to sort of wait slightly outside of the door. You take a step ahead of her and you kind of like look back at her. She's just like looking around the place. It's quiet here.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Well, everybody have made their way over toward the Heron Bandits place, right? To go and help them.
Oh, right, yeah.
A couple of the Sea Zora guards, the rest of the River Zora, the Queen. I guess both of them. No, one of them's off with Koro, right?
Oh, yeah. I guess kind of have the place to ourselves a little bit.
She would normally make a joke there, you feel. She would normally make like a little haha about that, but you do find that as you're waiting for it to happen, she just sort of stares off toward the newly constructed buildings, because a lot of them have been finished now that the Dodongo have been taken care of. She looks around at the new building. She looks around at the quiet. You see like a fish jumping off around the area as she just like stares out. It's weird. It's times like this I can't really remember why I hate this place.
Maybe you don't?
It's preposterous. It's crazy. Nah, it can't be.
You're way more loving than you let yourself admit.
I don't know. Before everything, before all of this, I had a much worse opinion of this place. I wanted to get out of here whenever I could. I wanted to make myself useful, and by doing that, get beyond the borders as often as I could. And going to see you was sort of a crazy thing, since a lot of people were against it, yeah, but I still felt free. I think it's all you, honestly, with everything that happened with Mother, the Queen.
What do you mean?
She was a lot more overbearing, I guess, before all of you showed up. She probably still is, but maybe whenever everything's settled, she'll go back to her old self. I don't know, and then I'll just get out of here and get me a clam bed somewhere else. But it's weird to just start thinking about it.
There might be some hope for that yet. Who's to say?
Oh,
Just maybe she won't. Who knows? It'd be great if she didn't. I'd like it if she didn't.
I would too. I'm going back to the nice music. I would too. She's a lot less annoying now. Like a whole lot.
Really?
Yeah. When
'Cause,
when you guys were here, wasn't even the worst of it.
Wow, alright. Oof.
She turns and goes to look at you. You again notice that there's still like kind of a far off look to her, but she seems to be doing a bit of a smile at you as she gets closer to you. Sorry, I don't mean to throw everything like that. I guess coming back to this time after everything sort of throws a new perspective on it, you know? I was almost killed 1,000 years ago.
I can see that. Is there nothing else on your mind?
I gotta ask, I guess. Is this how you felt whenever we went back to the sea domain with everybody gone?
I don't know if I didn't have quite the same relationship with the sea domain that you had with this.
Not like the mother thing or anything like that, but seeing the place you grew up in, a place that was so normal just a few months ago, completely deserted.
It did feel lonelier. It was a little sad, but
maybe that's it then. Am I feeling lonely? That's so lame.
that's not lame at all.
Gag me. Lay me down, like you see where that building over there is that was destroyed by those Dodongos? Just bury me there for every. Ah, man.
I won't be burying you anywhere.
Sorry again.
Hey, you don't gotta apologize for anything.
You're right.
Should probably.
You're right. I don't.
I'm glad you realized.
Just like you don't have to apologize for anything either. We get each other, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Sorry, I'm taking up your time.
And I gotta say,
You first.
I'm really proud of you for today.
Okay, not you first. What are you doing?
I was gonna apologize for asking that of you. I know that you didn't want to, but I mean, you did really well.
I don't think any of us wanted to. Right?
Yeah.
We had to.
I mean,
We had to save our friends, save our royals. We had to do what we had to do, and I don't regret it. I don't regret anything we've done. Things have changed, but a whole bunch of things changed for the better, right?
Absolutely.
Come on, come on, you got a pretty girlfriend.
It's true. I have the prettiest girlfriend.
You're not so bad too.
Well, thank you for the glowing review.
Acceptable. Acceptable for royalty. That's pretty high.
Listen
Up there.
here,
That's
you.
pretty high praise. Apparently, according to everybody else in this world, that's pretty high praise.
Well, I will take it happily. And he will pull her in, and he will go for a kiss.
You find that as you go to pull her in for a kiss, she doesn't have that far off look anymore. She just sort of has the normal Obra, like, very playfulness to her. As you do that, and as you guys stay like that for a little while, she looks back and she goes, well, come on, let's liven this place up, or flood it, or however you're gonna do it.
Hopefully not.
It's probably the safest time to use that now, huh?
I guess so, yeah.
The fish will love it. Do you want to go back to the cove, or do you want to just sit here? It's not like we're gonna be any more alone anywhere else.
I like the cove. The cove is nice.
It's just a little like thing of rock, you know.
It's your little thing of rock, and that means it's special.
All right, keep up. She goes to grab your hand.
We will go.
You guys make your way over toward the northeastern part of the domain. As you do, you jump into the a lot deeper water than you would expect in this area, in that one section, to make your way under, going aroundabouts to the secret cove, the area that she basically claimed as her room here in the domain. It still has everything that it had before. It has the different gems aligning all of the different parts of the walls and ceiling to it. The waterfall just outside of it still hiding it. It still has all of the different potion ingredients and stuff off to the side of it. As she enters, she looks back to you. As she does, she brings her hand up from the water, and you notice that some of the stones and some of the gems around the bottom of this little outcropping, this little cove-like area, seem to sort of slightly embed themselves onto the ground where you guys come up from. As she does this, it doesn't make a seat or anything, but it seems to make like a little pallet, like a little area to sit if you'd like to. As she does, she looks over toward her ingredients. Maybe I'll work out. Well, my own kind of workout, working out my brain. I'll work on this.
Sure.
Is there anything you might want in particular?
She's like pointing to like potion stuff.
She's looking over at her potion ingredients, yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're going to the desert, some more of those.
Yeah, those would be godsends. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
She's like, right. Yeah, I hate that idea now, actually, that you brought that up. Okay. She will start making her way immediately over. She's like, how do I make those? Let's figure that out. I have a limited time to figure this out, and I need to figure it out now.
I go.
Give her a fucking jam sesh before I start up. Give her advantage on whatever she does.
Before you do your Song of Storms, you go.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the Song of Obera.
That's actually the last song you do, is you make the Song of Obera.
Okay, but you need to stop giving me all these amazing ideas, because
right.
I might just fucking want to do that.
As you will sit, you will begin to practice. What song are you practicing? I wonder.
The one I said.
Yeah.
The one that I said I was practicing.
The one that I want to do.
Yeah. He's not gonna get started on the Song of Overa quite yet.
Later. It'll happen.
Soon. TM.
You find that because of your really decent roll before, you are able to pick it up quite easily. You're able to pick up the cadence decently well. As you are able to start with it, you start off just sort of playing a normal, just kind of rendition. You're trying to find the correct notes, the correct keys to hit. As you're doing this, roll me for your diligence.
Okay. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
Because fuck it. I'm gonna re-roll that because fuck it.
Fuck it.
Hashtag.
I will re-roll it again
Oh my God.
because, as previously stated, fuck it.
So
God damn it.
So 7.
7 plus 7. That's a 14.
With a 14, you are able to find the song. You're able to remember it enough. You start to play it. This only less accordion-y.
Yeah.
As you find the correct key, as it starts reverberating around the cove, you do find that the waters just outside of this area begin to somewhat pick up. You begin to hear less of the waterfall and more of an approaching storm on the outside of this place. It isn't fully there yet. You still feel like you are somewhat not in control quite yet. But you do feel that out of all the songs you played, the magic for this song seems to almost come naturally. This is a very powerful song.
Okay.
As the storm is growing on the other side of the waterfall, as you start not hearing anything of the waterfall at all, like all the sound of that rushing water is completely gone. I have 3 questions for you. Would you like to increase the wind? Would you like to increase the thunder? Or would you like to increase the rain?
I'd say the rain.
Okay.
I hope this place doesn't get flooded.
It's fine, no one's here. As you begin to play, so that you can potentially increase the rain, you hear a strike of thunder out about you, but you don't see much beyond the waterfall. You do begin to hear more of a increase of the amount of just waterfall that is just outside. Roll me for your magic, please.
Okay. Nat 20. Watch it be a fucking nat 20.
You probably like that.
Okay. I can't
that's-
roll for
that's not a
dicks
nat 20.
today.
As you try to increase the rain, it does seem to come out. You are able to see that the rain itself is picking up. But again, it is difficult to really control this. Now that you've increased the rain to the best of your ability currently, would you like to follow it up with wind or thunder?
Thunder.
Thunder next, okay. I would like you to roll me for your physique. As you begin to go through, oh, you have a fleeting. Roll me one more time.
Oh, okay.
Just in case. It's still one more.
Yeah.
When it comes to these songs, like any bit helps.
Yeah.
As you begin to see the crackling of lightning and thunder outside, you almost start to look like you can see beyond the waterfall altogether. Not only that, but you look over toward where Obra is. They've stopped messing with potions. As you see, they've also are staring toward the waterfall as if they can't see it anymore. Beyond the waterfall, you see this large encroaching storm going off to the south, far, far beyond what your limit of sight is. As the lightning strikes down, you hear the crackling of the lightning on water, the lightning on the booming strike it hit the land with. As it happened, the last thing I'd like you to do is roll me for the wind. There's a reason why the thing had to be in whatever decision you wanted it to be in with
Okay.
as far as the
What am I adding to this? Is it just a straight roll?
This one is your diligence. Horse is magic, this is physique, this is diligence.
Jesus Christ, Ronan. Get above a 10 on the die, please.
Roll me one more, please. You have another fleeting.
Okay.
You can only go up, right? Yeah.
There we go.
You can only go up from, I mean, you can technically go down.
Technically not.
It's realistic you can only go up. Roll me one more time.
Okay. Ba-
Okay. The 13 plus your 7. The wind begins to pick up. You see the trees swaying off in the distance. You see the huts of the river domain beginning to lose just a little bit of the straw that is atop of them. You see the leaves blowing in the wind. You even see the waters begin to make waves. As you're watching it, looking out at this storm, the storm that you are controlling yourself fills you with so much energy. You feel like from just the simple twinge of a note, you can make lightning strike wherever you wish. You feel that just from a single chord, you can flood an area in front of you. The power that all this is bringing into you is almost intoxicating. I want you to do one last roll, and that roll is going to be for your charm, please.
Charm. I will go ahead and take a couple of these.
Okay. With your charm, that's a 3, so this is going to be a +6, +1. That's going to be a +7.
It's a 16.
You find it's almost too much, but you do stop. You don't stop the song, but you stop thinking in that way. You stop for a moment because you almost feel like the song was about to control you. As you stop, you let the chords sort of play through you instead. You feel that while yes, you still have that same power, that same control, you don't feel like you have to flaunt it. You feel like you can move with the storm, and as you begin to move with it, you find that even though the storm hasn't let up in front of you, it started to become a lot less destructive. I want to ask you the one final thing, and this will also be your final diligence roll, and you have a fleeting.
Cool.
Would you rather this song go back to its more destructive roots? Or are you fine with flowing with the storm?
You'd want to keep it from being destructive, I think.
Well, it's still going to be somewhat, but...
Well, he'd you know what I mean. He'd go
yeah.
for the less destructive route.
Roll me for your diligence one last time. And roll me with
Alrighty.
advantage because of your fleeting.
There we go. That's 26.
You find that as you begin to flow with, you almost find that the music itself is able to speak through you. The wind is pushing you in certain directions that are almost forcing you to sway along with it. And the rain itself, while it is hitting with ferocity, now it's more like large plops. Plop, 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 plop. It's fat rain, big old fat rain, instead of like actual like hard rain.
Thick rain.
Thick rain. There's a funness to it. There's a very amusing feel to it. And as you start to remember first seeing the Zora back at the castle town who were dancing before, you start to realize that maybe they had some kind of a feel of this as well. You look back toward Obera, who also has seemingly, upon finishing putting ingredients into their pot, has begun to close their eyes and sway with the wind and with the music. As everything calms, you do find that you could stop at any point. You feel you have a fully made grasp of the Song of Storms.
He will, after seeing that it's like, you know, he has it, he will bring it to a close.
As you in the song, the area about looks as if it continues. The storm doesn't go away. The clouds that have rolled in don't go away. They do look as if they begin to part, but it looks as if the storm itself will most likely stick around in a much lighter form even after the song is over. As you look, as the clouds are parting in front of you, you find as you stop and as you look forward with just a, I did that. Almost immediately, there's a rush of sound that hits you from the waterfall in front of you.
Oh.
It's like, it was always still there. Yeah. As all of that goes down, you find when the music stops, there is little claps coming from the other side. As you see, Obera has came back, and they're just like, "That's a really nice song."
Thank you.
I mean, it's Magic Frog, so I understand.
Yeah, of course, he's the best at everything he does.
I will say though, I prefer the non-croaking version.
That was the craziest song I think I've ever played.
Messing about with the elements is exhilarating. When it comes to that song as well, I feel like it is a song that wants to be heard. That's why it seems to get rid of everything else around it. Magic's weird.
I think you might be right.
You have good friends in that forest.
I really do. I have a lot of good friends everywhere.
Wow. If you still have time, do you want to lend me a hand?
Sure.
Or if you'd like, you could just keep playing. I'm good with that too.
Let's see how you're. I want to see what you're doing.
Well, over to me, apprentice.
Oh yeah, alrighty. Yes, ma'am.
You make your way over. I'm gonna roll for Obera. Actually, you're gonna roll for Obera because you are in control of Obera. Because they have not made these before.
Okay.
But you immediately made them be like, yes, I want those. I want my own supply of those. I never want to run out of those.
Fair.
I would like you to go ahead and roll me for a +6, please.
Okay, and I did give them a jam sesh.
You did give him a jam sesh, so that is going to be a advantage roll. First check is a 9. Ooh, there's a 17. That's pretty good.
17 plus, you said 6?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Let me check out their potion thing down here. Potion crafting. I'm gonna say that they've had these potions enough that it doesn't have to worry about red and blue. Go ahead and roll me a d4. We'll see how many she makes.
Okay. Yeah.
It was difficult for her to get the recipe down, but she does seem to make a good 3 other uses of your cooling elixirs.
Cool.
Just gonna move this one back here. I'm gonna throw 2 more down there. She seems to hand them both towards you because you have the big back. You have the big backpack.
Mm-hmm. Put them in there.
But she does seem to have a decent knack for it. I'd say that she could probably make these decently well. These literally, they have good effects, and obviously you're going into the desert, so they'll have even better effects there. I would consider them on the same level as like a healing potion and stuff like that. So yeah, they can make these easy.
Sure.
As you go about doing this, the 2 of you will go through your attempts, quote unquote, of learning potion making. It's a little bit too late for that in the campaign, but you're learning the basics. As you spend some time with Obra, the 2 of you making these cooling elixirs, I think we're gonna move on for a time being. We'll see what you guys do in a little bit beyond. But we will now go over to Gorthos.
Yeah.
Gorthos,
Me.
how are you?
You know, still here.
Good. I needed you to be. That's the wrong one. We'll do the Highlands. Yeah. Gorthos, as you are moving through the city, as you are thinking back toward what you might need, you need to find, again, a leg is like the biggest thing, but you also want to arm up your current body. You know that you could potentially go to any of the shops that you've already been to, meaning you can go to the Kokiri shop. You can make your way over toward the Harem Bandits if you'd like to try to get them involved with things. You can attempt to go to the black market. You will most likely feel the wrath of Boogie Meal if you go during the day, but what the fuck's he gonna do?
Yeah.
There's also just random other shops around here you could potentially find things in. You could also go and speak with Charcoal about things to make stuff with, or again, you could always just go take Gallon's extra Kokiri clothing that they're not using. Be like, sorry Gallon, I needed it to protect my ass. At the current time, if we're focusing on clothing, what would you like to do? Would you like to go and talk with Charcoal? Would you like to try to buy something? Again, the best place right now would most likely be the black market, but you've never been there during the day, so you don't know exactly what's going to go down if you go there right now.
Yeah, that's the issue. But the thing is, it's not that he wouldn't buy things. It's like, why spend the money buying something when he knows people who are far as talented as him, if not more?
Yeah.
To make these things, to make something even better. So I think he will speak with Charcoal on some of this.
You would have seen that Rock and Charcoal would have made their way off with Boogie Meal a bit ago. Most likely going back to the house. Boogie Meal might have either gone to the house or made their way down into the black market at this point. But you can decently follow where they most likely would have gone. As you do so, as you go about going and finding them. I will say your search would most likely lead you back to your home.
Mm-hmm.
You would find Charcoal back in the workshop you have given them. You have let for everybody to use since it was your old workshop. As you step in, you would see that others would be here. Currently, there is a Radon being surrounded by 3 Kokiris. The only people that they would ever find. The only age that any Zora would be smaller than a Kokiri.
Yes.
But you do find that there are several Kokiris about here. There is still an old man, different things of that nature. But you would find that there would be a Charcoal in the workshop area. rock would be off and about this place. You would also find that not only is charcoal in the main workshop area, but you would also see that not only I almost said the exact same thing again. You find that Link is there. You also find
Really?
that Kari is there. As you make your way in, you do see that Charcoal is looking through different fabrics that are here as if trying to find the ones that are theirs, because, you know, a lot of them are polos. But you do see that Link looks over towards you. Oh, hey! What's going on? We heard that there was some kind of a crazy thing that happened over in the north of town.
Nothing terribly serious. The Gerudo Queen cursed the entirety of Castletown and made them her mind slaves for some time, but we have broken this enchantment upon them.
Oh, okay. Nothing serious then.
It was handy. You know the old song and dance.
Charcoal is just looking back at the two of you, looking over toward the dark nut. What it is handled, isn't it? So it's fine.
For now, there is that legion of Gerudo marching towards Castletown, which we will hopefully not have to deal with soon, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I'm sorry to say I'm not really finding the fabrics I think I'll need. She looks back over toward where the dark nut is. They look forward. They look over toward the exit. I had thought as such.
What fabrics do you need? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for monster hide.
Monster hides.
One that I can make a standard to take back to my home, or at least where it once was.
Monster hides. He assumes you've checked the storage facility already.
Have I? They look over
He's
toward
looking-
the others. Well, I don't think so.
I could have sworn there was something. You could have possibly used up at least all the Goma parts yet.
Goma.
He incidentally was going to ask about the creation of some things as well, but let us worry about this first. Follow him.
As you say, let's worry about this first. They do put their spear out in front of you. For mine, I will be returning whenever it is safe. I do not wish to be thrown back into the forest and lose another 1,000 years.
Of course.
What is it that you need?
Well, if you couldn't tell, Orthos is kind of lacking in appropriate magician attire. It's serviceable.
Is that not what you magicians usually wear?
Well, yes, but Orthos feels it's high time for some upgrades. Mostly because he's lacking in defensive capabilities and magical enhancements. Time to change some things.
I have some fabrics around, but none of them are magical or anything like polos.
No, but with the right kind of creativity, we can make wonders happen. Incidentally, there are some very rare fabrics he believes are also in the storage area. Some more exotic bits that, well, you don't find even on the black markets, he thinks. Maybe.
As you say that, they will stand back, they will move their spear up. Then go if it will help you. And if you find any monster pelts there, let me know.
Of course. Worst case scenario, Kari, we go find some ourselves.
That is what I had attempted to do in the first place. I told them that we didn't really need to go hunting anything big right now. We're all trying to still get used to things and maybe chill out a bit. That's what the princess told me, at least.
Recuperation is important. Though, for some, restlessness may prove to be a vice.
speaking of the princess, I think I'll stay in here while you go and do your thing.
Oh no.
Hmm?
Is something wrong with her?
She's having a bit of a problem with me since I'm in Jason's body and everything.
You explained what's going on with our plans, yes?
Yes, I told them that we are trying to make sure that I get this body to them as soon as I can. The issue currently being that they are still upset over it.
Hmm.
They still think that I'm not supposed to be here, and I get it. I definitely get it. If it were not for the interference of, well, Zelda, then I most likely would not be here. I feel that we'll need her interference again to remove me.
She's currently in the binds of the Gerudo, and this will change too.
That being said, I am trying to make them the least amount of uncomfortable as I can. So I will stay here.
He'll look into this for you as well. Don't worry. Things will hopefully be resolved sooner than later. They always do, you know.
It's no problem, Gorthos. You know that princesses can never stay mad at me.
Like, that's
I'm far too
untrue.
gallant.
No. No. They hold grudges.
They try to give their biggest smile and just sort of go over and stand next to where charcoal is. You do find that they are definitely still having a bit of an issue with it. Like they're still like, you know, I'm causing problems for the princess, but they're trying to put up a good face on it.
He'll learn to get over that kind of thing one day. Anyway, we have to focus on tasks.
You make your way into the next room. You do find that there is an Argo and an Atalanta that are there, seemingly chatting about one thing or another. But you're making your way down to the bottom. As you do, make your way down to go toward the underground of this place. You do see immediately upon getting there what appears to be Matilda. As well as, where are you at? Are you already down here? Did I already put you down here? I did not.
Oops, did it.
Where are you at? Ah, fuck. Oh, there you fucking are. You also
Can't
find.
escape us now.
Ah, get over here. Blah. What appears to be a boogie meal.
Oh, good. You're already let in.
As you see Boogie Meal looking to you as you approach, it's just like, let in, right? Oh, we let him in, yeah. Were we not supposed to? I would have came in no matter what. I don't think you would have.
You have proven time and again to be a trustworthy ally, Boogie Meal. Of course you'd be welcome.
Well, this place keeps a lot of people out. But if you remember, this place in particular is protected by the spirits of this town. Aren't I a spirit of this town?
Oh,
Technically, I'm a spirit of the desert, but I live here.
yeah. The fetters of the spirits always elude Gorthos, so he doesn't know one way or another where something's actually from. In any case.
We can get back to what we were talking about if you don't mind, Gorthos. So about that contract, princess.
Ha ha! No. We will not get back to this conversation. What contract?
Oh, well, I am hoping to gain power.
How did that work out with Motion to the Chains? That's still doing wonders for you?
Well, it sure has left an open spot.
So? idea. Hear him out. Consider just nurturing your natural talents.
My natural talents aren't currently good enough. I was not able to do much of anything to stop myself from getting completely destroyed by that mage back when we were at the witch's area. And beyond that, because of me not being able to even perform my protection spell correctly, I lost my hero. So I would like to get them back, please.
Jason will return soon. We have plans in motion for this. We are working on it. But you can't expect to stand up to something like Vati and, well...
Is it not possible that what you said for me also applies to Jason? The longer you said it took for me, the less of me you would have gotten back.
Time is fickle. Technically, it is stationary in this case. We need to step into that time frame. It's the fact we got away with what we had back then was difficult and not short of even miraculous. Jason could be the same way. Things take time, Matilda. Things need time. To rush it, to take shortcuts, it doesn't end well.
Are you saying I'm not a great guy?
That's explicitly not what he's saying. He's specifically saying that taking more and more contracts with otherworldly beings for their gifts of power is not a sufficient long-term solution to your issues, because, Matilda, the fact of the matter is, at any given point, really, the contract can be annulled. And then, where does that leave you?
+1, Jason.
You don't need a contract for that. He knows how you feel.
You
Believe
don't.
him. He does.
Jason's only in this entire predicament because of me. I'm the one that set them, me. I'm the one that set Jason on the path they were on.
Some trajectories were inevitable. But you can't blame yourself for the choices people make. Jason did not need to make the choices they did, and things happen in certain ways because of them. You cannot blame yourself for that. Even if they are yourself, it's different. It's complicated. But don't think that he doesn't know what this is like. He's lived 100 lifetimes, Matilda. Lots of things happen in a lifetime. But we can fix
Doesn't make my
this.
lifetime insignificant.
It is not, he's not saying it's insignificant. He's asking you to be just a little more patient. And to trust him. Trust us. We saved you from that nightmare. We'll save Jason. When we do, everything can go relatively back to normal.
You also have one that you borrow power from, don't you?
He's dabbled in it before, but it's not his only source of power. Before it was Avori, now it is Zelda, but he still is strong in his own ways without them. You be strong too. You are strong. You've made it this far. Think of all the things you've accomplished. All the things you've survived. Vati and Aghanim and all those. They're monstrous. Even Gorthos in his prime would have difficulties with them. Do not hold yourself in such standards as that. You weren't ready. None of us were ready. But we are now. They won't pull that trick again.
How do I get ready? All of you are ready, but how do I get ready? I want to help Jason. I want to be there for whenever they come back. How do I get strong enough then? In such a short time. How can I not fail again if I see that Vati? How can my protections be stronger? It was the one spell I thought I was good at.
Well, typically, when one fails, they keep trying until they get it right. Practice. The thing that Avori probably put you through the ringer with. He's sure there were better ways, but
Dorthos,
let him.
I do want you to roll me for your experience really quick.
Yeah, okay.
Just in case, because it's been many weeks and I don't know if you remember a certain thing.
Probably not. I'm gonna be honest with you, probably not. Hey, at this. Nat 20, so 27. What'd I forget?
You didn't forget it. And I'm sure
Cool.
as soon as I start saying it, you're going to immediately understand it.
Yeah.
They are apparently sitting here saying that they did nothing, that they basically, like, lost out everything. You would know, because you were being directly in the beginning of that conflict, the entire reason that you guys were able to fight against Vati was because of their spell. Otherwise, you guys would have been immediately knocked out like Marco was. Not only that, the entire reason Argo is alive is because of Matilda's spell.
Right. Yeah, okay, it's been a bit.
Yeah.
That fight, with a lot of stuff happening in that fight all
Oh
at
yeah,
once.
definitely.
So,
But like the reason that the people who were up was because Matilda had cast their shell on them.
you are closer than you think to being ready for that. Matilda, the only reason Argo is even alive right now, because of your magics. The reason we were able to stand up against that monstrosity, your magic kept us going. You may have fallen, but your magics persist. That is not always the case when it comes to certain kinds of protections. You're closer than you think to being overpowering to him. That was not an insignificant amount of magic, Valtimir. Yet
Even
we
if
stood
it's-
strong.
Even if it's just a little bit, then what should I do? If I am as close as you say, how can I make up for my shortcomings?
Well, let's take a step back then. What do you believe your shortcomings are?
Well, especially there, the biggest thing I did was I cast my spells, but I never even saw a battle. I was taken down before anyone. My spells may have continued, but I fell.
Okay. You find yourself lacking in survivability.
Oh, that's easy.
You lack experience. That one is also understandable.
Oh, no, that's not it either. I mean, probably is it. You know way more about that than I do. But you two are lacking something completely different.
Two,
Oh, yeah, you're lacking the same thing.
he looks somewhat intelligent back to Boogie Meal. What?
Well, neither of you are wearing armor. You need protection.
Well, yes, that's why he came down here, looking for fabrics.
Oh, well, do I have a wonderful not contract deal for you?
Not a business proposition.
Look, I require one thing from you. One little insignificant thing. You probably won't miss it. If you could get me, let's say, a tenth of the treasure inside of the treasury of the castle, then I could get you the strongest of all armors I could possibly get each of you. Magical protection, absolutely, just the complete ordeal. I was already offering that to Matilda here. I was like, hey, I can offer you power and you give me money because I want that. So
a tenth of the treasury of Hyrule Castle?
Yeah, just like a tenth of it. I'll give you a ninth of the treasure. How about that?
As tempting as that offer is, Boogie, Gorthos had some other plans in mind. But you could still help if you want to make a deal like that.
I don't know. I really would like to be richer than I am currently.
Well, he can't promise you the entire any part of the treasury of Hyrule Castle, but
She can. That's what I was going to give her power for.
That's fantastic. He just stands in front of her. Fantastic. So, anyway.
Yeah, well, see, that's off the table now, you see, so.
I have to point out, he said a ninth from a tenth, and a ninth is more money.
Yes, I know. I know.
No, the number's lower, so it's less, guys.
I fully believe that he thinks that.
No, he does not.
You could have told me he did, and I would have fucking believed you.
You know what? A fourth. Final offer.
Pass. Incidentally, Gorthos needs materials, enchanting material, and fabrics. So,
I got plenty of that. I mean, it's not the magic armors that I could possibly go and fetch for you at a moment's notice, but I got fabrics. I own a shop. I own a fabric shop.
You do. That's why he's actually happy we crossed paths down here. He intends to produce some magical armors now. Surely, creations from Gorthos might outclass that which is in your shop. If he's given the right materials.
Maybe, who knows?
Tell you what, Boogie. Gorthos has a deal for you. You procure him the materials he needs to craft 4 full-body attires for mages. He will guarantee you get 2 of the best that he could possibly make.
2 of the best? What?
Before he makes
Armors?
the 2 best. Armors, if you wish for weapons or equipment, he can forge that, too. Surely you have to know Gorthos' reputation. His artifacts scatter all across Hyrule. Some might even be in your shops.
Yes. I understand who you are, Gorthos. You are not the only very talented smith or craftsman in the lands, but you are one of the greats. I'll give you that.
I would hope that there were people that would catch up to him. He'd be disappointed if he did.
The thing with it is, though, Gorthos, me having the armors, they'll eventually come into my possession anyway. What I don't have right now is capital. So unless you can offer me something that I don't already have, because I'll be giving you the materials and you'd just be giving me the end result, while more valuable, yes, it isn't an immediate value. I expect 2 sets, as you have promised. But I also want something of value first, as well.
Hmm.
What do you have?
I'm not. I don't see it in this area, but I swear we had Sheikah Weave, didn't we? We didn't give that away. Right.
I don't believe you have Sheikah Weave anymore.
No, I don't think we. I don't think so.
Yeah.
There was a list of just stuff that was in the like here we go. That was in the thing. I have listed it right here. 24 choo-choo cores, Sheikah Fabrics bundle, monster horns, demon horns, liquid malice, Wolfos leathers, and 12 fairy water bottles. This was what it was in our thing when we got it.
I believe you had already used the Sheikah Weaves though, because
Did we?
you are currently wearing Sheikah Weave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's. You're right. That's what we use it for.
I'm glad I took a picture of the little note card
Thank
for
you.
it
Yeah. Thank you.
because we lost it.
It's somewhere
So-
probably.
No,
something
it's from when the room reset.
Oh no, it's right here.
Oh shit, it is right there. Well, I just didn't look. I had my notes. I was gonna play with some notes.
That's funny. That's really fun.
I also remember the Dreamers Traverse had some stuff we could buy.
Tell your
Yeah.
friends.
Tell your friends.
Hmm. Well, I suppose he does have some rupees lying around, but
If you're wanting to just hand
Something
over
rare.
rupees, I'd say
huh.
2,000 would suffice.
Hmm. I've been going over all my materials here. I'm just thinking. Goma parts. Something that you would. I'm thinking here. I'm trying to think like what would Boogie Meal want?
Boogie Meal likes things that other people don't. He loves bugs, but you know. Boogie Meal likes
Boogie
things that
Meal,
other
are
people
you-
doesn't like. He likes like bugs, he likes things of that nature, but he also likes money.
Good. Well, Gorthos has come into recent knowledge about something that you might be interested in, and a little something for you if you might be interested in. He knows you enjoy insectoid creatures.
You're teasing me, Gorthos. What you
Let's see
thinking?
here.
What you doing? What's going on?
He takes out that's not that one. A Goma claw from the big Goma.
Mm-hmm.
He presents it to Boogie Meal. This is something we procured not some time back, but he's also come into contact with a certain labyrinthine mine area to the north, where Gomas seem to have taken hold of it. A little home of them. You don't see these often anymore, do you?
You're saying you know where a hive of Gomar.
Gorthos.
He
may
has lowered himself, and as he has, his tongue is right up next to your face, and his tongue has grown a mouth, and that tongue was what said that into your ear.
Fantastic. Gorthos, he knows where a hive of Goma are, and a door directly to it.
Labyrinthine.
You can go there. Oh, very. These are ancient mines Gorthos used to use for procuring of metals and ores. It's been dilapidated since his last absence, and they've decided to move in.
Wow. He lowers his tongue from your face and wraps it around the Goma claw and rises it up to himself as he does. If you are correct about there being a Goma hive in those caves, then I will only require you give me one set of armor. You can keep the other one. Do we have a deal?
He finds this perfectly acceptable.
All right, now take backsies! He just starts rushing off. You see him fly through your magical walls and just leave.
He's so excitable.
Well,
Now then, with that sorted, let's circle on back, Matilda, because it was a bit crowded down here.
before that, I suppose I should thank you for stopping me from becoming a vassal for another creature again.
Boogie Meal is mostly harmless. He treats charcoal in them well, but he just can't bear to watch you make the same mistake twice. And then, in all fairness, you could not have really known. And that's mostly his fault the first time. But he appreciates the thank. Now,
It was
we're far from
interesting seeing him work with you, though. He looked as if he was just a evil monster. I don't think he's good, but at the same time, it does seem that he has good intentions. I suppose just because something is a monster or something is evil, we can't just think that they are completely beyond doing something good. I won't offer anything to them anymore. I'll work on myself. I'm sorry.
No, it's nothing to apologize for. There's work that needs doing. Now, that will come soon enough, and he'll let Charcoal know. But about your issues, your shortcomings. Now, equipment is good, but he feels like you don't quite grasp the weight of what you did back there. Spectacle Rob. You're degrading yourself. Gorthos is not speaking hyperbolically. He knows for a fact Argo would have died there. No questions. Any Kokiri would have passed away there.
I find it hard to argue against you, Gorthos.
It's just because he's right. But that's neither here nor there.
It's more than that. When you're like this, especially, you feel different. More real, I guess. And a lot of times, whenever I've seen you, you are in the form of a Kokiri or a giant towering demon or a walking suit of armor. But every time I'm talking with the one here, no, it's not a mistake, is it? Was that body trained by the one that taught me magic?
The Bishop of Ore, yes. Though that revelation's been today new for Gorthos. He wasn't exactly sure where this one picked up their tricks.
The Bishop, he taught really strong, really old magics. Ones that are purely, I believe he mentioned arcane in nature.
Oh dear.
Just power. Power in general.
Yes, that seems to track.
I didn't know him, but I did know that there was an elite knight who was my predecessor as far as being taught magics. I don't know if he had a family or anything, if that is who you are.
Mhm.
I didn't know him, but I believe that my father would love to honor him as well. He apparently was taking some very dangerous missions.
He was part of the retinue that had Aghanim and Demise
To
He
be fair,
died.
though,
trying to, save a fairy from a death curse.
oh,
He was murdered. They saw him trying to disenchant the fairy.
as I was going to say, to be fair, though, when it comes to defending yourself, the body you have right now should be more than enough, more than just magical. The body you have is of one of an elite knight, one that has taken the trials of the Rito.
In all honesty, the true power of these forms is unlocked through memory, and those are impossible to trigger manually. But to think that you were hiding this from me this whole time.
Hiding? Like I
Not
said, I
you, him.
usually see you in... Oh, my bad.
Oh, he knows he knows that this one's a deer. They all can now.
Well, if my predecessor, if the one that had learned from the bishop before me is truly the one that resides in you, if you ever want to learn more about my magics, or if you ever want to learn Shell, I could try to teach you.
Both of us would like that. In fact, one of those things that you and he, and perhaps even Galen and we should engage in practical exercises.
We could invite Galen and Obra and Ronan. Do we know more Argo? It's like,
And
does
Argo.
Argo want to fight? I don't know.
We can invite Aga too.
If you think there's anything I can teach Miss Aga, that is crazy.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. It's practical experience. It is mock combat. We will be flinging spells at each other. You need combat experience.
You wish for me to be on the receiving end of one of the most powerful mages that this kingdom has ever seen?
Gorthos used to practice with Ivori all the time.
And your bones.
Oh, that was completely irrelevant to Ivori.
Yes, but you have no flesh of which to sunder from your bones.
It still stings, though. Like it's on you to pay.
I would be fine with friendly sparring. I don't think that Miss Aga would want to blow me up, nor would Miss Obra, nor would Galen, nor would you.
Well, of course not. The other three, well, the other two of those might play acts that they're going to, and Miss Aga might actually need to be talked down a little bit, but that's a bridge we can cross when we get to it.
You know, at least you and Ronan would be there. I wouldn't feel like I was completely inept. The other two, they seem like they're some of the strongest mages that Hyrule has ever seen. The other three, so I would be intimidated.
How do you think they got there?
From what I've heard, Galen stood in water a whole lot and got hit with a lot of magic.
Raw power is one thing, Matilda, but you need to come to terms with the fact that power alone means nothing if you have no control over it.
You will not make me stand in water and take a bunch of magic attacks, correct?
No, Gorthos is not senile.
Good. Then I do not need any more convincing. I would do anything to get that little bit of extra power that I think that you seem to think is needed, that is the gap between me and that man. If I can get Shell to work even just a little bit stronger, I would be fine.
Don't focus like this. Do not make an image of him in your mind as an enemy to overcome. It is yourself that is holding you back. Your shortcomings are holding you back. Your lack of experience, your need for more training, control, power. These can be achieved with time and effort, a lot of effort, and potentially a lot of time not being in the castle. So, Gorthos's ideas of trials are perhaps a little bit beyond you right now, but
I
small
know-
steps.
I know what you're trying to say, Gorthos. I really do. And I do agree, for the most part, with what you say. But there is a special case, unfortunately, with me that it's entirely my own problem, and I understand that I need to get over it, but whenever I think of myself, the only person that I'm seeing right now is Jason. And I'm still sort of trying to understand more about that they're sort of me. Not only that, I've seen the Mortal Goddess, and now, well, Link up there. It's hard to focus on me being the enemy when there are so many good people with my face. So many better people. But I understand what you mean.
I think Gorthos will hug her.
You go forward to give them a hug. What are you doing?
You are the only you with your face, Matilda. Jason is Jason, and Link is Link, and Zelda is Zelda. You are you. Take it from someone who's had many faces. You'll always be you. It is hard.
I feel like I'm
but-
just sort of the mess up of the four.
Believe him, you're not the mess up of the four. The stories you could tell about Zelda and Link especially. You're learning. It's difficult to stand on your own 2 feet. It's even more difficult when you are having an identity crisis. But remember, whenever you look in the mirror, despite everything, Matilda, it will always still be you.
Thank you, Gorthos.
Hmm.
They will hug back. More than anything, I feel like those words are something I've wanted to hear for a long time. Even before all of this.
You sorry he didn't show up sooner to tell you?
I should go and apologize to Link.
Only if you're ready. They're a ball of anxiety and awkwardness too, so try and take it easy on them.
They will let go.
Not too easy. Twist the knife just a little.
I hope that anything we've talked about, or at least anything that is going on, would aid you in any way. I'm glad that Boogie Meal is going to be getting you what you need.
You'll see what comes of that. In the meantime, well, waiting for Boogie Meal to deliver, consider Matilda as well. What do you think would be a fitting aesthetic for you? We could both use some new equipment after all.
They look at the garb they're wearing.
I don't know. I'm sort of just rocking my other master's look. But I'm sure whatever it is you're planning on working on will be fine.
Perhaps you should word it a different way.
I know what you
do
mean.
you...
I think the words you said were enough for me to feel like I can stand apart.
Well, don't keep him in suspense forever about your ideas, then. He'll make something that'll blow them all away, including his own opinion. At least I'll try.
Whenever Boogie Meal comes back with the fabrics, I'll see if I get any ideas. I'm not really creative like you.
Well, of course you're creative. You just have to apply your passions to things. Pretend it's you're making a spell of making clothing.
I'll tell you now, I have no idea how Jason was able to play music if he was me, or if she was me. I really don't feel like I have a creative bone in my body, but I guess you're right. If that's the case, I must have something somewhere. I'll think on it.
Everyone always does. It's just slow. Some are just slow to find it.
They will go to make their way to go and speak to Link. As they look back to you, you do find that there is a growing sense of coming back from behind you in the solid walls. I think
here we go again.
we can talk more of what you mess about with Boogie Meal in a little while. We will now make our way to Polo.
B.
Hello, Polo.
B.
You and Gallon, as well as Ophi and Orion, would make your ways away from the main group. As you do, you would find that upon leaving, Ophi, which has been split into three for the longest time at this point, basically all day. And that's weird because the day has been like 1,000 years ago.
Yep.
Seems to somewhat.
That might be starting.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that might be starting to actually take its toll on her.
Seems to somewhat revert back in. You find that as you are now calmed and away from battle, and away from the inevitability of not only coming out from the battle 1,000 years ago, but then immediately getting into the Castletown battle, you find that your exhaustion seems to wash over you for a while. Gallon does seem to lean down at you as you look as if you get just a wave of that all at once as the Ophies begin to disappear.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh dear.
What's wrong? You all right?
Yes, I think Ophi has decided everything is all right and let me have some of my vigor back.
Looks to the tendril.
I guess I never really. Well, I don't think either Ronan or I have explained how our ability works.
Looks toward them, looks back at you. I think I get it. I have something similar, actually.
Oh,
Yeah, I just used the cuckos.
oh.
Mostly because everybody was freaking out about them, but they're really cute.
I mean, they're actually rather harmless. I think they get a bit of bad credibility because they can be on the angry side when pushed to the edge. I feel like that could be said for just about anybody.
It can be said for a lot of things. It is not just mortals that have those kind of vices.
But I think Ophi, in a way, is looking out for me, which is actually a bit of relief. This whole time I've been wondering what they thought about me. So at least there is some concern. Thank you, Ophi.
You just see Ophi, like, undulate a little bit behind you in your shadow.
Good.
Little. Yeah. If Ophi is looking out for you, maybe you should rest. I don't want to
Probably.
hold you up. I actually wanted to think about going back over toward the Sun Keep.
I don't mind at all accompanying you. I was actually a little bit concerned about you after everything that happened.
Like, looks back. Now that's nothing.
I've never seen you bow on your knees in front of anybody, Galen. The king has bowed before you, but never have I seen the other way around, to anyone. I'm sure that must have taken a lot.
It was an odd feeling. I don't know. Do you mind if we pick this up? Maybe with some tea or something?
Of course.
I'd like to try to gather my thoughts on what I think of it as well. And right now, the only thing that's clouding my thoughts are you. Well, if you're hurt or if you're exhausted, then I need to make sure that you're sitting somewhere comfortable. Not that you're not comfortable. But Pat's
Looks down at looks down on Orion like
It's just like,
It's Orion, is Orion not comfortable?
not that you're not comfortable. Obviously. But, well, my reading chair back over at the Sun Tower would be something that is comfortable, or we could make our way back to the room. Whichever one, the room here, the room at the Demon Manor. Wherever you think would be the best place for you to be comfortable. I just need to read. I don't need to be anywhere in particular.
Do you have the books with you?
Just a quick stop off. If we are...
there's that thing. There's a particular place she just thought of when he was like, it doesn't matter. And it's just like,
What about the Temple of Time?
You want to go there? You actually
Well,
see
no-
when you say that there is a bit of a there's a bit of a break in Galen's usual demeanor, where he's usually all kind of like, you know, confidence and smiles. You do see there is a slight frown that he catches almost immediately, but there's a slight frown when you mention the Temple of Time.
I saw that. Is there any reason you would prefer not to? I could understand if that is the case.
Can't get anything past you. I don't know, kind of disillusioned with them. Looks up at the sky.
Oh, that is very fair. But it is not simply the temple itself for which I am curious about once more. More so, the abode of the Sage of Life.
Oh, yeah, I could go poke through somebody's belongings.
It's more so, do you recall the first time you, Gorthos, and I were there? Where I tried to explain that I saw something.
Yeah.
Well, I think now that some time has passed and I have been able to assuage what was going on, I think I can tap into it again.
I just yelled no with my microphone far away. I was muted.
What?
Oh.
Galen tries to think back as to what you had said was there. I'm gonna roll for him.
She never really specified. She was just
Okay,
like,
good.
you didn't see it. You guys didn't see it. And then it was like, what, see what? And she was like, no, never mind. Maybe I'll explain later. And she never did because no one asked.
Yeah, no, that seems like a perfect place. If it's somewhere where a sage, even that one, used to stay, then it might have at least somewhere comfortable to sit and read. Not to mention, if we can find something there that can help us out with it, would not mind finding dirt on Aghanim.
Well, I feel if my hunch is correct, and I can make that hidden thing come back again, it might not be the only thing that's hidden in that room.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I made that room as a joke. Let's fucking go. Would you like to go quickly to the back to the tower where Galen has been spending most of their time to collect some books and then make your way to the Temple of Time?
Yeah, of course.
It takes you guys a little bit. As it does, Galen does seem to be looking as if he is trying to get his thoughts together because, once again, what just happened was a lot. And Galen is, upon you saying anything about it, they're like, no, I'm not just gonna wipe this off. I'm not just going to like go, nah, it was nothing. He seems to be truly trying to gather his thoughts about it. As you guys make your way to the Sun Tower, you do find that upon going there, you feel a little bit of nostalgia, maybe from the god inside of you as you look around at it. Galen and you in the past month, because you have been staying with him a little bit, have basically gotten rid of most of the ash that was in this place, and has got it basically back to being in working order. A lot of the books, unfortunately, are gone, but that doesn't mean that some things weren't salvaged. Galen seems to not only grab several books that are around, but you also find them go over and grab their little tiny chest that they had gotten, their little magical tiny chest. As they go to pick it up, they look inside of it. They're like, good, all right. As they turn back over to you, it's for the bodies.
Oh, I see. It is the component.
Oddly enough, really easy to go about as far as creating something that would work, putting it into the correct shape, and then finding some way for a spirit of that kind of a caliber to get into it. That's a little harder. Can't say it hasn't pushed my mind to the limit, but we've gotten something, and if that door opens tomorrow, then that might just be the last thing I need.
I see.
Either way, he grabs it, looks over to you. You also see that he grabs what appears to just be a tea kettle. He grabs it and starts making his way over to you. As you guys would bring yourselves back home, passing by some people in the meanwhile, upon going in there, you see, I don't know, you see Link, you see two of the Kokiri princes, at which point there is a salute off from and like a pose off from him and Galen. As you pass by a lot of things, you go over toward the temple. Currently, Galen's sister is not the one in charge of this place. As I mentioned, she had left quite a long time ago, actually, a lot of games ago. You guys as the champions, oh my god, it's Galen! You guys as the champions would make your way up to the large tower that is at the very end of this place, going up to the very top. You find yourself in, let me see if I have a good song for this place. Hold on. I think I know the perfect one.
Oh god.
I think I know the actual perfect one if I can just find out what playlist it was in.
A little part of me is trying to remember. I know we don't have it with us. I'm trying to remember where we left the freaking baby dragon, not dragon thing. Like, oh god, who did we leave that with?
Oh, that was back in the forest.
Yes.
Okay.
Ronan got all the animals from the forest, I believe.
Okay, so there's somewhere.
He's somewhere.
He's somewhere. He's
being babysat at the moment.
He's being a baby.
Where is it? I have it. I know I do. There it is. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. I will find it. I know the exact one I want.
the one music from Naruto.
Nope. I mean, that'd be great.
Motherfucking damn.
Not it, but I mean,
Don't worry. I mean, sure it's not it.
there it is.
God damn it.
Wait, what is this?
The really funny thing is that Polo remembers this place, and the first thought that came to her was not a lewd one.
Yeah.
As you make your way into Aghanim's room, upon stepping in, you do find, now that you have seen Aghanim's face, that there are a couple of changes to the room. As you look in, you look over towards some of the pictures that are there. Upon seeing the pictographs as they are, you now see beyond where the face is usually blocked out, just a skeletal, like Skeletor looking face in all the different poses in all of the different pictures that are there. Let me get.
It's just that.
Let me just roll. Let me just
I
scroll over
know what
him.
he looks like.
Oh no, I'm doing it for other people. Let me just scroll over this man's one more time. Let me actually get him in his. Oh, I don't have the good version where he's naked. Anyway, no, it's this guy.
Where did the Speedo Aghanim go?
You don't have it as like a fucking.
That's why I thought it was a toggle, but I don't have it as a toggle right now.
It was put. He was there before we had the room wipe.
Oh, okay.
We put in
that
the
makes
funnier
sense.
version.
It's fine. I can fix it later.
No.
But it's this face only.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I remember.
What a weird creature.
He's
That's just that. It's just the thing of as she looks around at all these picture frames, she's just like, huh.
You see a
You know what I
picture
really-
of Aghanim and the king beside each other, and at first you would have thought it was a nice looking picture, but as you see the actual picture now, the skeletal face is looking over at Magnus like,
Bitch doesn't even realize what I am.
You're such a dumb bitch. Look at
I
it.
can't believe I killed his wives and he didn't even know.
It's like the freaking Emperor's lackey in Mulan.
Yeah,
Like
so I
when
was
he's
thinking
making-
that too.
yes.
The picture of him and the Emperor. He's like, eh.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. So yeah, I bet he showed this to Vati. Like, look at this idiot.
Look at this fucking idiot.
There's just like the looking at the various photos, and it's just like,
I guess a part of the enchantment was that I thought that any of these pictures were photogenic.
Oh yeah, beforehand they had like an air of professionalism about them.
Yeah.
Now you see like one image of him standing with like a bunch of like the knights and like Templars of like the temple, and like at first it would just like be him standing all nobly in front of them. In the picture you see now, he seems to be over behind where some of them are, his arm behind his head, and he seems to be pelvic thrusting.
it's that thing of just like, it's just like, there's just look at them, and it's just like there's probably a couple thumbs on the lenses for some of these too. Just the artistic integrity equivalent of a dick pic on these. And it's just like there's just taking the frames and just putting them down. Putting them down like it's fucking Guess Who.
You find as you go in here, Gallon just kind of goes right by them. It's just like, oh yeah, that's weird. But like looks about, it's like, oh yeah, he has his own tea set here.
Oh, wonderful.
Fancy.
He might have some very luxurious teas, probably.
Oh, I do not want to taste anything that's in here.
You know, now that we consider the bit of what we have come to know of him, I am now starting to think that this room might be more dubious than I thought.
Oh. Oh yeah, you wanted to show me some of the weird changes you had saw before?
Yes. I'm trying to recall where specifically. I think it was somewhere around here in this room.
Whenever you find them, let me know. I'm gonna turn away from everything over here and make tea.
There's just that thought in her head where it's just like,
Okay, now what were we doing at the moment that it appeared? We were talking about Mr. Aghanim. We were talking about maybe there was something about him here that we could figure out by looking around in this room. And then it just suddenly appeared.
As you're like looking around and as you are giving some thoughts to Aghanim, as you start imagining as much as you can of them, and earnestly wanting to know more about them, I actually need you to roll me this time. Because before, there was an air of potentially respect going through your brain of like, oh, it's the sage's place. I want to know more about them. Now there is, oh.
there's still this curiosity, but it's a little bit more wary.
I would like you to please roll me for your lore.
Oh, great. Oh god, freaking D20's going all over the place.
It wants to leave too.
Doesn't like this.
Okay. Roll me one more time, please.
Okay, let me move my shit over here.
Okay, with an 8,
8.
9, 10, 11, and then plus your 2 over here. Okay. You see, as you are thinking about this, as you're looking around the room, trying to figure out more about Aghanim, and trying to push down as many of the thoughts of just the idea that this creature even exists, trying to not think of them in the rudest possible tone, you do see that, oddly enough, over where the bed had appeared before, you find that there is a shift among one of the bookshelves over there, as the bed does seem to start maneuvering out from behind where the bookshelf is, a circular bed that seems to shake as it moves, as it comes out slightly spinning.
I see.
As the bed makes its way out, congratulations, the room has deemed you attractive enough for the bed to show up. Don't read into that.
How would I know that?
That's just the feeling you get. You feel almost like there is a sense that there are compliments coming at you from all directions.
Somewhere Aghanim's like, wood. Wood.
It's almost like, again, there are just you have the feeling almost of not overwhelming, but you have the feeling of as if somebody was praising you. It's like, oh, you did a good job, or oh, you did great.
Fucking God.
You know immediately that this is Aghanim, so it is not going to have anything affecting you. I'm not going to have you roll a save against this. You would have back then. But yeah, you feel that there is a strange sense of warmth and praise throughout the air.
Galen, do you feel that?
Galen currently is turned away making tea. I am going to actually have Galen do me a save. I would like for Galen, which by Galen I mean you, to roll me for their spirit.
16 with a spirit of 5 is a 21.
Because like I said, this room is actively doing things. And while it was very funny back when it was happening when all of you were in the room before, this is legit a real thing. As Galen seems to, from what you look over to them, he seems to be turned away. And as he is turned away from you, he begins to somewhat strain for a second before he's like, what am I doing? And then he turns around.
Huh?
Sorry, what's with the bed?
This is it.
He like gets closer, like, oh no.
Did you feel that just now in the air?
Oh, I felt something. I don't know if I felt it last time I was here, but maybe I'm just getting stronger, or maybe you did something?
Well, I simply thought about Mr. Aghanim, and I mostly tried to keep them, at the very least, neutral, since it is a bit hard to think of him positively as of late. And I guess it was enough, but there's this weird sensation that I'm feeling, as if I am being praised and being considered good enough.
Air quotes.
There is a look that goes across Galen's face. If you want to imagine the look that people in Soul Eater give Excalibur, you can. I'm not going to stop you.
I know what it looks like.
If you want to imagine that, I won't stop you. As Galen looks back around, looks back to you, as he does, Polo, do me a big favor.
Huh?
Remind yourself that man is a mage.
That man is a mage,
He's a powerful sage,
a powerful sage,
and he's full of shit.
and he is full of...
As you were about to say full of shit, you do find that the amount of praise that comes around at you, that feeling that you had gotten, that warmth, seems to gradually fade away.
Oh.
Illusion casting.
Huh?
This guy's a piece of work.
I wonder for what purpose, though.
Most likely for amusement, I would guess. He looks around. There's probably a couple of things in here that are sort of trapped. If Marco was here, maybe we'd be able to find them. Honestly, I want to just torch everything in the room. But as long as you are aware that there's illusions happening around you, you should be fine.
I see. It is rather odd. I do not recall this happening when we were first here. I wonder if maybe I had fallen somewhat under its thrall without even noticing.
It might have been why you didn't actually tell me. Or was that something you had thought of yourself?
I feel like I
mean, it is an embarrassing bed. He looks over.
I guess in some ways,
And back then, we weren't even going out.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I wanted to believe it was benign and inconsequential and no need to mention it. Because after all, what would a sage need to hide a bed for?
Oh, I could think of a few things.
Maybe it was just he needed more room for studying.
There's a lot of things I think someone could study in that bed.
Regardless.
It looks like people at least changed the sheets. That's good.
They do smell rather clean, but they also smell like they haven't been used in quite a while.
Right, you can smell that. Oh, thank God. That means nothing in here is weird.
Well, I mean... I wonder. If this feature is hidden, how do they go about cleaning it?
I don't know. Maybe they self-clean? Maybe he doesn't actually even... He's a skeleton. How would he... I'm gonna stop.
Huh?
I'm going to stop thinking about it. I'm going to elect to not think about it anymore.
How would a skeleton procreate?
You had to say it.
He says Galen, who offered Gorthos freaking many sessions a long time ago, being like, I don't know how this is gonna work, but
yeah, but he's Gorthos. He's our friend. Of course I'd fuck our friend if he needed me to.
You gotta fuck the homies.
Yeah, you gotta fuck the homies. Good night.
Galen attacking him. It's all in the fairy mind.
Really makes you wonder. Maybe maybe he is not entirely skeletal.
Apparently he was making some kind of body for himself out of all that fairy mud, right? Maybe he's been doing it for a while. The one that my grandma found apparently was dry for quite a bit.
I wonder then, would the fairy mud be able to do such a thing? Like sweat or need rest? It is not flesh and blood. It should not function like it, should it?
At the same time, if you say it like that, then does that mean there's even a point to it? If it doesn't function like that, and if you can't feel any kind of exhaustion or whatever, then what's the actual point? You have to work hard at these things. In
Maybe
fact,
it
I
is
find it in the
psychological.
front.
Maybe it is psychological.
Oh, he's psycho, all right.
It makes me wonder what else could be hidden under the guise of thinking of him in good spirit. Though I'm
looks
not
around.
quite sure what else we could possibly find.
If we had Marco or Gorthos around, they might be able to get rid of the magic or find any hidden areas. Ronan could just move all these bookcases for us.
Oh, wait!
She's gonna pull out her father's eye.
Oh no! Not here!
Ye olde black light.
The eye comes out. It looks around. It's like it just you hear in your mind your father. Oh, this is Agnum's room, isn't it?
Thought I killed that guy.
He's just like Agnum's just infamous among powerful demons. I'm just that fucking weird guy.
Didn't I slice him in twain at the torso? As you look around with your father's eye, you do remember that this eye apparently shows you dangers, or at least dangers to yourself that it would see around. You do find, looking around the room, from your father's gaze, it does seem that there is quite a number of things that are almost highlighted in the room, including Gallon. I'm playing. Gallon wouldn't be highlighted. If that was the case, he would have been highlighted a long time ago. But as you look around, you do find that, like previous, you did trigger another one, I believe, before. But it wasn't anything nearly as interesting as a bed. You look around, you do find that there is apparently a bathing chamber in this place. Looking to it, it seems to have quite a nice inlaid bed, which is very weird to have inlaid into your flooring on the top floor of a structure, but it's there. You find a large inlaid bed. You find a large inlaid bath. You see, as you look around the area behind another bookcase, there appears to be a closet that seems to be full of outfits that one could have. And around where the teas are, you do find that most of them are fine, but there are a few teas that give off a slight weird sensation when gazed through the eye.
I guess our hunch was a little bit correct. Some of these teas are dubious.
Oh right, you can see those. Which ones?
That one, and that one. And there's an inlaid bath over there, a closet full of costumery over there.
As you see them picking up the teas, he stops at costumes and looks back like, costume?
It is hard to discern from which nature, but it seems to be quite the closet.
Looks over toward where you're pointing at, toward where a bookcase is just sitting. Oh, I do not have to be Ronan to move that one. Finally, something in this place that interests me. Roll me Gallon's physique.
Come on, channel in that moving that cauldron. Channel you're moving that cauldron that one time.
That is a 2.
That's a 3.
2, Gallon.
Oh yeah, oh shit, yeah. No, he has a minus. That's true.
As Gallon goes over to the bookcase and starts to try to move it away, it happens like in the cartoons where he's trying to move it, but his legs are sliding out from under him. He tries moving his positions. There is literally not even a shake coming from the bookcase. It's made pretty good, actually. Must be Gorthos's bookcase or something.
Orion, if you may please.
Boom, boom, boom. Bats it away. The books go flying off. You see one of the pictures of Aghanim go over and crack onto the floor.
Oh dear, you might have been a bit too hard.
Behind of which you can see again a closet. Looks like it is a walk-in closet similar to the one you guys have at your own room. As you look into it, there appears to be a lot of outfits. You name an outfit that could be considered a sexy outfit, it's there.
Oh,
He had a long time to procure these.
this seems like
Just like randomly pulls one and looks at it before just sliding it back in.
quite the collection, if
You
I
are-
must say so myself.
You're immediately drawn to one of them, which you recognize the stitching of, which really does mean he had gone to so many different places to get these done. You find one that appears to be a bunny outfit that was constructed, you're decently sure, by either the one that taught Charcoal how to do stitching or Charcoal.
I think this is Charcoal's work. Did Charcoal make this?
There's like the slight stretch of the stitching and then looking like under it.
I mean, they took
This might
commission down in the
this might be Charcoal's work.
I wonder how much they paid.
Hold on,
I
I'm
wonder how much he
taking
paid
this.
her. Probably not a lot.
There's something about it that might not quite be right. It could be while she was still learning or while she was still refining her craft. But it's still quite good.
I'm guessing that guy seems like one to pull rank. Like, hey, I am a sage. You should forge me the greatest of kinky wear.
There's no way he wore this.
Looks at it.
Okay,
I don't think it
it's
was him
possible.
that wore that.
Puts it back.
I don't think he's
Very
the one that wore
possible.
that. I don't think he wore anything in here. As he looks through everything. Me, on the other hand, I'm much better. I'm much better at proportion for this.
Do you want it?
Turns around, like is holding on to like what appears to be just again looking like a maid outfit of some kind. Is just like, what do you think? Can I pull it off? Would you rather me grab the butler? I don't know if there's a single pair of pants in this place.
I don't think so. It would be rather interesting.
What about this
in
one?
a way.
Pulls out. It's like, what about this one? Pulls out what appears to be a Lionel outfit, which is what I'm saying. It's a cat outfit.
Don't you think it's a rather bit too fluffy?
Oh, definitely. Looks through him. Looks further in.
Why would he need a Lionel out? What's that for?
Puts it back.
Oh, look! Looks over, grabs a thing. You just see what appears to be a little headband that has horns on it. He has a demon outfit.
There's just like the look at that, and then there's just like the slight like little slight cheek puff, and then cross his arms and just like,
I find that offensive.
Yeah, you'd think he put a little bit more effort into it. It's a flimsy little headband. Come on, you can't.
Sure.
Besides, your horns are much cuter. These are literally just sticking up like nothing. There's no nuance to this whatsoever. Absolute garbage. He has no taste.
I was more so saying they're probably too anatomically too small.
Oh, definitely. He puts the headband on. See, barely comes out of my hair.
Sure.
I think I would have much grander horns, don't you think?
I feel like that they curl. They wouldn't curl like Brother Vega's, but they would not curl like Brother Hardar's either.
Ah, maybe mine would go forward.
Like father?
Is that how your father's did?
The portraits I had seen of him, they seemed to crown his head.
Ah, crown sounds nice. Father has good taste in horns.
I don't think he chose them. I think that was just a matter of circumstance and fate.
Ah, yes, fate does truly choose those of us who can adorn such things. It's just like he shifts the headband to like go a little bit forward. This is terrible. Puts the headband away.
Speaking of, fate and all that, what were the books that you brought for?
Ah, right. I'm gonna move us out of this music.
This is like, we came here for a purpose.
We came here for a reason. We'll get back to this playlist and we'll go
Distractions aside. Meanwhile, Ophi's just like wiping things.
Ophi's just like looking around, just like nothing in here is clean.
Ophi's cleaning the bed.
This place is tainted in all kinds of ways.
Just starts regurgitating bleach.
Ophi just has their little fucking rag and is just cleaning everything. Every now and then they just engulf something.
Yep.
As Gallon looks to you, gives a bit of a smirk. I was sort of trying to put that off as long as I could. Sorry.
I afforded you the slight distraction.
I appreciate it.
But we did come here for different reasons than just distraction.
Let's get a cup of tea then and talk.
Mm.
You guys make your way over, grab the tea that Gallon had made, which again is just like a tea you guys have had over the course of the last month when you guys were just sort of chilling out, doing your things. As he has this, he looks over to the other teas. We'll make one of the other ones soon. You think they'll give me this place?
I mean, I feel like if you ask kindly for it, they probably would give it to you.
I mean, I'm like a sage, right?
I thought you were a sage.
Yeah. I haven't like came up with a name for myself or anything, but I'm like a sage, right?
I thought you were a sage.
Just says it again, like, I thought you were.
Well, I mean, according to, like, what, is he going by Dompe now? According to that, like, Ronan has to pick, like, a name for himself. I'm sure I have to do something similar, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll figure it out. A sage of... Looks around. Tea. Nah, I don't want to make that my personality. Again, sorry, I'm pushing it off again. The books I have here are for the ones that I found in the library of the Sun God. They're essentially how I've been making the, I guess the core forms for the goddesses.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially some kind of a construct kind of thing. There's a core that apparently was used for ghost armors back in the day. I'm not sure exactly if it was something the sun god used or if it was something his enemies used or whatever. I haven't had a chance to ask you while you've pranced around as Zolaire yet. But it's happened once or twice. It's fine. But whenever I was looking into it, I thought that would be probably the best way to at least allow them to keep some kind of autonomy over what they want. Whenever I would bring it up to them, they would allow me to understand a little bit more about them. They were apparently warriors that would protect those that were about them. I think they were originally made for the kingdom to protect their queens and their princesses. That being said, I couldn't find much more about them. I was able to create it eventually, thanks to the knowledge in these books. it needed some goddess metal, which was easy to get. I just had to keep going back and forth to the forest. But by the time I was done, I thought that that'd be it. But after making them, I realized they were sort of a bust. Unless I could somehow surround them in the essences of the goddesses, they'd be useless. So until we learned about the door, I thought I just wasted an entire months of time.
So I guess it's fair to say that the missing ingredient is behind the Sacred Realms door.
That's basically it. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not overlooking anything, though. Looking through these books in particular, I'm going to be doing that until tomorrow just to make sure that I'm not leaving out a crucial ingredient. You need magic, obviously. You need spiritual power. I got both of those in spades. I'm amazing. You need, well, the actual cores themselves, and other than that, you mostly just need the spirit. Usually, it's a malicious spirit that enters something like this, and they are purified in some way. But I doubt that anything like that is going to be any reason to fear for the goddesses. If anything, from what they seem to tell me, any kind of effect that it might have would be temporary either way. These things, while they are essentially constructs, or they're still kind of people, they would only last at most a lifetime.
I wonder, once a spirit is put into a conduit, or a construct, is there a way to remove it, or is it bound to it?
They'll basically be exactly how you would see something else. They would have a spiritual form, technically, give or take, but they could look like anything they would want, especially if it was a powerful spirit like the goddesses. A normal spirit would fill it and it looked like some kind of a large, thick armor with their own spiritual energies connecting them as if they were tethers or tendrils. They wouldn't actually be armored. The armor itself is mostly for looks. They're mostly kind of, I wouldn't say easy to take down, but mostly their intimidation factor is what has it really going for them. I'm not entirely sure what would happen if you actually gave them armor. Maybe something like that would work. But as of right now, I don't think that either of the goddesses really care about that. I'm going to give them these books whenever they come out, if it works, and they can deal with it from there.
I see. I mostly was inquiring on if there would be a way to test how they work.
I tried. Whenever I made one of them, I had Arma see and kind of test it out for me. Problem with it was, Arma isn't as strong as some of the other spirits that will most likely be going into this, so they mostly just turned into the regular phantom armor.
Well, that's where I can come in. I am housing a god.
Yeah. You see him look hesitant when you say that.
I mean, it is one in a weakened state, and of course I'm very weary of potentially jeopardizing your work.
That's mostly what I'm worried about. If he was a little bit stronger, maybe I would feel better, but I also sort of feel indebted to him. He's the reason I'm actually hopefully going to get out of this contract. I'd hate for something bad to happen to him because of me. Those two know what they're getting into, points up at the sky. If I fuck up, that's on them.
If not Master Zolaire trying it out, maybe he can be able to appraise it through myself. He is able to work through my body, is he not?
Maybe.
As
he looks to his to the tiny chest that he has, you see him open it up. You do find inside there appears to be 3 different items that he brings out. They look extremely similar to each other. They both have a sort of purplish hue about them, as if they are covered in some kind of a light film of mist. Looking at them, it reminds you similarly to how you had originally saw the pose back in Poe House.
Oh.
As he pulls out these three orbs, he looks them over. You can tell, looking beyond the mist, there is slight little swirls as if they are inlaid with the goddess metal that he had used for it. As he looks to it, I had tried to use the forge up in the Demon Manor to try to do something with it, but I was told that just melting them together would probably be fine. So I used a mold. Didn't feel like asking Gorthos or anybody about it. I feel like if I did, he'd try to make it way too strong, and then those two would be basically what they are up there down here. I'd rather not give them godly powers on our world. They're already going to be probably strong enough.
Probably for the better, yes?
Somewhere Gorthos is just like, somebody said something fucked up about me.
It sounds like someone somewhere tried to deny me something.
Someone somewhere did smithing without me.
Someone somewhere tried to avoid giving gods godly power.
Oopstive.
She
I haven't
just kind of
made anything terribly added onto these, but I did make sure that they weren't going to be literally something that could take over the world or anything.
Mm.
Excuse me. Just kind of like holds a hand out.
May I?
He looks to one of the three. He looks to you. He gives a smile. Yeah. I don't mind. And
Masters
if
of...
something ends up actually happening, we do have the other two. Though I'm not thinking you would ever have anything happen to it.
I don't think I would if I could.
This is the one that I had Arma chest out.
Oh. Master Zolaire, if you could give me a minute.
Let me see if I can get the thing to not be as echoey as the fucking cosmos for a second. It does it to me every now and then where it's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking be the most fucking loud echoey thing in the world. Yes. Oh, that is it again. Damn it. Yes. What is it?
It seems like Galen has taken some of your work and procured an object in need of your appraisal.
I had spoken with him occasionally in the small little moments that you were asleep, or any times where I would able to give small nods toward things whenever you were both in the tower. But
You talked to him in my sleep?
occasional, not anything big or strange. There would be some times when he would muse aloud while you were sleeping, and I felt that perhaps I could help point him in the correct direction. You're not mad, are you?
No, I think that might have been rather funny. Probably the first time it probably caught you off guard, Galen.
Oh, you're talking to him?
Yes. Apparently you two had your night musings while I was asleep.
Oh yeah, didn't know it was you. Tried to kiss him. Or
Huh?
didn't know you were him. Tried to kiss him.
I see.
Don't worry, it didn't work out.
Okay. Anywho.
I had told you before when it happened, the only time that I was able to walk around, that I would try to ask you anytime it would ever go down. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
There's
I
no
was
need
able to stop.
apologize.
I was able to stop anything from happening.
I have been just now made aware.
Either way, yes, it was interesting. He was going through different tomes, a couple of which unfortunately were lost in the ashes of the power that had struck the place. But we were able to find as many as we could. There were a couple in the basement that were not hidden away, but were extra copies that had been sent there for storage that luckily had escaped the majority of the damage.
Mm. Would you be able to appraise some of his work? It seems like we will be opening the door to the Divine Realm tomorrow, and this might be the final step in getting the goddesses the body he's promised them.
Not only that, depending on how things go there, I may be able to find some other small vestige of my power that I can cling on to. A lot of myself still resides, or at least a lot of my power still resides in the divine realm. If I were to be there with you, I may be able to be a little bit stronger. It would not be able to put me back to full or anything, but I would potentially stop being much of a burden to you.
You've never been a burden, Master Zola.
Well, I can test this out. Let me see. You do find, as you look to the thing in your hand, slightly involuntarily, your hand moves a little bit. As it does. Sorry.
It's fine.
Would you mind if I looked at it through your eyes? I will not take anything.
Sure, it's all right.
Your arm begins to move. As it does, it brings it up to your face as they begin to analyze it. Your eyes truly are fascinating. You're able to actually feel and see much, despite not actually being able to see it yourself. But being able to use your enhanced senses is extremely well. It is a simple design. One that I feel is lacking in a few ways, but I believe that is by design. It looks somewhat complete. I don't know if it's something that will actually work in the way he hopes, but if anything would, perhaps this would. I don't know what it is going to do about the forms. He seems to think that the forms of the goddesses would be able to form around it, but from what I understand, they only have the one form, the armored form that I believe he had mentioned before. As long as he understands that, it should potentially work if taken to the sacred realm, and if they are able to use their power to change the forms in such a way, it would be interesting. They would definitely have, at least as much as one could hope, a sense of flesh and blood.
I see. So it is very probable that it could work.
It is so interesting seeing you talk to yourself. I just wish you'd stop answering yourself. Both of you were talking. Sorry, I was listening.
Oh, well.
Was I? Oh.
Well, if you were able to hear any of that, Master Zola seems to think it is probable that this should be able to work.
If it doesn't give them their forms, though, is it really going to be something I want to do? He looks to the other two that he has. I really want them to be able to do what they want, and I doubt that the two of them are going to want to be too with each other if they're going to look like two large, bulky suits of armor. What could I add to this that would be able to change it?
Well, let us go over the recipe once more. It could be kind of like when you're baking a cake. Let's go over the physical components. So, what did you use to make this besides the goddess metal?
He begins to explain some of the materials that he had used. As he shows you the books that are there, it seems to be extremely simple. The actual magical aspects of it were is where most of the formula comes in. But as far as the metals are concerned, it just seems to be metals that are very magically entwined, which is why he chose goddess metal instead of anything else. You find that as it is, it's supposed to be something that is perfectly symmetrical and spherical. From what you can tell, that seems to be perfect. That seems to be how it is in line. as you can look through it, it seems that the goal for the mist-like area about it is to be either of a green hue or a purple hue. It seems to have a purple hue here. Mostly, it seems like most of it is by the book, exactly what it's supposed to look like in the book.
At least going by the recipe, it seems to be all but perfect.
Yeah, but the recipe is to make a guardian, not to make a god.
But this is to make a god mortal, is it not? Then maybe this is just my intuition as a culinarian, but it needs a mortal touch.
What do you think that would be?
Well,
Any ideas?
in the physical sense, flesh, blood, or bodily fluids. They are the physical components to humanity and mortals and things that are living. Then there are the more metaphysical or metaphorical components. Things like love and hope. Things that can't really be quantifiable physically. You have to believe in them. The things that make us people. Things that the gods, in achieving divinity, lost.
I think I understand.
The components are to make an armor, and thus an armor you will get. But in order for it to be a person, it needs to, well, be made of what makes us all who we are.
You see him sigh as he looks to it. He then turns towards you. You, asked me something earlier. I feel like now's really the only time I'm gonna have a lot of thought to say it. You had mentioned, or you had asked why I bowed before, right? Well, I guess it was because of love.
I did pass that.
It's not... I understand that it's simple. Whenever I was thinking back toward everything, I don't know the chief all that well. She, of course, is my sister. Like they all are. But they were different, difficult. They didn't stick around me and Kuro much, and I think I might know why, especially understanding the first thing she did as soon as everything happened. If she truly is being affected by the Triforce of Courage, then I think I understand exactly why she went after Kuro. I think she was... I think she liked him. Ever since he came into the town, he came in around the same time I did, obviously. We were born very close to each other. But not a lot of the Gerudo around treated Kuro like he was me. I was always sort of waited on hand and foot. At least by everybody except for Grandma. But Kuro wasn't. Kuro was treated respectfully, obviously. But anytime the two of us would get in trouble, Kuro would get the worst of it, from what I could always tell. My sisters loved him. but I think that they sort of kept him a bit further out. But when it came to the chief, she was also around our age, a little bit older. I think she stayed away from me because me and Koro were always together. I think she might have immediately, upon losing any of her inhibitions, attempted to take Kuro for herself. And whenever that didn't work, he motions over toward Castletown. I guess the rest of Hyrule would be next. But that isn't right. That isn't love, really. Obviously, I'm saying it aloud, it's obvious, but that's not her. She would have never done that without it. Getting rid of your inhibitions doesn't mean you all of a sudden do something you were gonna do anyway. It means you don't think about it. You don't think of the consequences. You don't care.
Like with Miss Clarity.
Yeah. I think that she was the one that really made me figure this out. She told me about how she got rid of her teachers. And she told me about how she basically tried to do what she did with all of us and with me. But whenever I left Clarity, and I didn't leave her very gracefully, whenever I did leave her, I know that she was not the type of person to do that. If every one of my sisters are being affected by this, even if they say that they're going to be fighting against everyone, even if they say that the deserts are against the king, it isn't them. And I trust that I can stop them before they do anything really out of the way. And I believe that before that, I thought that there'd be no way that they would do anything truly wrong. And then they took over the kings. Even before that, whenever the others said that they had that vision of her telling them that they were going to leave the Hyruleans, leave Hyrule itself, I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to sort of downplay it. Whenever the king was talking about going to war, I could only think that if I truly could do something to help the Gerudo without worrying about what I mean to them, it would be now. I don't care if they forget me. I don't care if they forget Koro. I just want my sisters to be fine.
You really do love your sisters, whether you know them fully or not.
Every one of them is family. It's different. The way I felt for them and the way I felt for Clarity, the way I felt for you, continue to feel for you, it's different. And if there's so many different kinds of love that we can feel as mortals, then maybe that is what's missing from these things. Maybe I didn't put enough effort into it.
So
Either
it
that
is like
or-
cooking. When it comes to cooking, the secret ingredient is always love and salt.
Yeah,
But
I
mostly
can
love.
tell you now I did not put enough salt.
I'm sure that once we find a way to imbue that missing ingredient, these will be wonderful conduits for them. And And if they, for some reason, think it's not good enough, they can shove it, as they say.
He looks over to you, just a smile going across his face. Not Galen's regular charming little smile that he smiles, but you just see like an actual just kind of goofy wide smile go across his face. You
Besides,
you're not going to let me be upset about this. There's
Well,
something
what is
about
there really
you
to-
even before getting that guy inside of you. Even before then, there was something about you that was always as radiant as the sun. Infectious.
I think I got it from you there. I said it before. I was always so meek and scared. And when you literally burst into my life the way you did, there was just something so stunning about it. Something so catastrophically alluring. Very radiant. That I wished I could have some of, even a fraction of those qualities myself. I tried to, as they say, fake it until you make it. And then, the next thing I knew, things started feeling a little more natural and genuine. That, as long as I was being honest about my feelings or how I felt and said what I had on my mind, I couldn't be embarrassed or regret them. Like you did.
He smiles at you. As he does, he looks to the two orbs that he still has. If anything does happen, after everything we've gone through, seeing all the different guards who praise my name every time I walk anywhere, seeing all the people here in Castletown who, quite honestly, sometimes are a bit much, thinking back to all those harem bandits and each of them trying to get with their queen without understanding who's who, looking at the two different sides of the Zora conflict, the river and sea, even looking back up at the top with all of the demons gathering together in respect for one of their greatest heroes who had fallen. Maybe we'll be fine. If I can just learn a bit more from you and that god you have. He lifts one of the two balls that he has up to his face. As he does, I hate both of you. But you see him wince for a second. But you've helped us in every way that you've seen. You're extremely adorable whenever you believe that you aren't completely obvious about your feelings for each other.
He's having this conversation in his head.
And despite all the hell you've put me through and all the hell you've let us escape from, I truly wish nothing but the best for both of you. He brings the two orbs to his face and he gives both of them a kiss.
You all right?
As he does, the mist upon the two orbs, the Poe-like mist that surrounds them, does not stay the purple hue. It does not seem to even go into the green hue that it said it could go into. You see, as it does, there is a small bit of red light coming from the two orbs. As he puts it down, the two of them seemingly shining outward, he puts them off to the side as if completely done with them, and then scoots closer to you.
Are you going to be all right?
Yeah, I think they calmed down.
Honestly, they should be more grateful.
They probably are.
Well, they should probably show it more.
The
It
two
never
of,
hurt to be honest.
the two of them only hurt me because they love me. Ah!
I mean, now that I think about it, not wanting to divert too much for too long, if two gods are about to vacate the sacred realm, should we not try to bring back some semblance of equilibrium?
What do you want to
If
do?
you're going to take... Well, I know most people are rather averse to it, but I feel that if I tried to talk to everybody, I could maybe at least meet some of them halfway.
He takes your hand.
I feel like we should consider Mr. Dompe's request. And consider it with some seriousness.
The way I see it, if he's lying to us, we open up the door and drag him back out.
I think... I think we can truly trust him. I want to believe in Mixlink. And as much as Gorthos has his biases, I feel like his actions corroborate for who he has become as a person. And I also think, in the future for demonkind, I think it would be good for us to have a god to look up to. We do not have one. We never did.
If there's anything we know about that guy, he does love his people.
And I think one of the reasons the demon tribes and nations in the north are the way they are is because for time immemorial, we were not aware of that love. Demons, the closest they have to gods are those who are strong among them. But in the end, Father was mortal. Demise at his prime was still mortal. And we could not look to the goddess or any of the other gods. They were not for us. We were seen as enemies of them. But I find that maybe we could finally have an equal chance in this world. If there was, as they say, someone on our side of the playing field. Genuinely this time. Someone that we can put our hopes and prayers into. Without the fear that our pleas would be ignored. Not that the other gods would ignore our pleas, it's just...
He moves his hand up to your face. And if you say exactly that to all the others, there's no way they'll tell you no.
Really?
Really. They're our friends. And if we're going to sit here and talk on and on about familial love, love between two people, love between a parent and their demonic race, then love between friends should be there too. You know they'll have your back.
She just kind of leans into his hand.
All right.
He
Yeah,
sits down on the
absolutely.
he sits down on the strained spinny bed with you.
Wouldn't it be funny if at the moment we least expected it just goes right back in? You ever wonder where it would go?
If it
Or is
did,
it stuck like this?
if it did, it'd be rather intimate, don't you think?
What if we get stuck?
You have a dog. You see him as he lays further back onto the bed. He motions over toward the bookcase that opened, and sort of you just feel a bit of wind begin to shake it.
You could have done that the whole time, couldn't you?
Well, yeah, but it was funny earlier. Didn't expect him to knock the bookcase halfway across the room.
He doesn't know his own strength.
She just lays down and cuddles next to you.
As the two of you lay back, he motions over toward the bookcase, like I said, and the bookcase begins to shut. As it does, the bed begins inching closer toward the dark opening. As it does, you find the camera as it goes through, the only light coming from inside of there being from the 3 balls of mist that you guys have around you. 2 of them shining in a very light red, almost kind of vibranty pink color. The other one seemingly glowing in a purplish color, as it's giving off very little light in this rather spacious hole in the wall. The purple one sort of rolls its way over toward the red one, and as it touches, also lights in a very vibrant pinkish hue. I think we'll move on.
Yeah.
What? No way. There's some
Moonlight. We made moonlighting.
there's somebody else to go to.
There's not a single person. Not a single,
Like, hey,
there's not
am
a
I-
single little lad.
It might be really cool and intimate in there. Now look at my little glow dinosaurs. Look at these little glow dinosaurs I made while I was trying this out. Oh wow.
This one's a Stegosaurus.
What the hell is that?
Just looks at with awe and wonder. What is that?
What the fuck? Marco.
Yeah.
Gonna pass by the 2 Ophies that disappear into the darkness.
Into the darkness.
We already know where you're going. As
Where could I be going?
as you would have looked to everything, as you would have came down, as things would have happened about you, you look back toward the area where all the people had gathered before. You look over toward the little slidey area that you had avoided going down, and immediately you just walk back to the house. As you do, you make your way in through where the garden had been, as if to just sort of sneak by anybody. You're just like, I don't want to talk to anyone. Fuck this. I don't want people to stop me. I don't want people to see me potentially having a hard time walking.
I don't need them to know that I'm just straight up not having a good time.
As you make your way to the door, however, just like any other entrance in this place, it does not matter which door you open to go to different places. You just can't open one door to go to another door in the same area. As you make your way to the door, you do find yourself stepping out from where the forest is. Bloop. As you step out from where the forest is, finding your way into where the Kokiri are, you look about. First off, you notice that most of the animals have been moved from where they were. However, you also do see that your horse is still here, Epona.
Ah.
As
Hey,
Epona looks over to you, sort of gallops its way over. You look around toward the area about this place. You do try to find if there's some way you could possibly bring them with you. But unfortunately, it is very hard to get a horse out of this large hole.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. So for the time being, since the house is right there, he could just take Epona back to probably just the house,
You could.
the Marco house.
You could if you'd like.
that.
However,
Yeah.
you also note that they are not the only person here, as you do see sort of lazily floating over to you.
Hello, Aster.
They seem to be tired again.
It's fine. Come here.
As they go
can
and
ride
land,
in
as they
my
go and
bag
land
or
on Epona, they're just like, "Where's Polo?"
She's. I would assume probably with Gowan. Why? What's up? Did you need something from her?
No, everybody had left though, and I didn't know where they went.
Sorry about that. We kind of got
There's
caught up
no
in a bunch of
problem.
things. But everything's fine now.
I was staying here with Dawn, but then Dawn disappeared.
Don disappeared.
Yeah.
Did Ronan come and get his frog and his Don?
Mm.
Okay, then.
Oh, there's the baby. I thought, man. Sorry.
Well, since, I guess we've all just split off for the moment, dealing with a couple of things. I need to go back through the forest again. And apparently I need a ferry to do that.
I can take you through the forest. Where you wanting to go?
Back to the hero graveyard. And she's asleep. Do I really need her to go through the forest?
You do feel, unfortunately, because you don't have Polo with you, you probably do.
It's fine. I will just imagine that it'll work regardless of if the fairy's conscious or not.
You make your way over to the other side.
Her into my bag.
At this point, Epona, you're not really too worried about them. They can just sort of stick around here if they ever need to. As you make your way over, however, you do notice that Epona seems to, upon taking you around to where you need to go, seems to keep going. As they do, they take you over toward the river entrance, the area that you remember leading off to Argo's little place that he had before.
Oh yeah, that's wide enough for us to use to go to the forest. Hey guys, you could have had our animals with us the whole time.
Well, if you remember, Argo used that a lot to go off into the forest.
Hey guys, we forgot about things that happened 4 years ago.
To be fair, you never had to use that one, but now that you have an animal you want to use, that is the only way for them to leave.
It's funny.
Well, time to do the very classic riding through the lost woods with a Epona.
As you would make your way out into the forest, you, Epona, and your fairy, luckily you have a fairy that you can bring with you. Otherwise, the two of you would probably get immediately lost and turned into Skull Kids or something.
I'm sure the Master Sword could lead me to its pedestal at the very least.
You do actually feel that you could probably make your way there at any time, yes.
Yes.
When it comes to the pedestal specifically.
Yeah.
As you begin to start making your way into the forest, Aster probably does need to be awake, as you do find stepping off far enough into the forest, you seem to appear at a similar area going a different direction.
Aster, come on, wake up.
Aster, please. Aster.
Huh? Oh, hey, Marco. Where's Polo?
She's with Gallon at the moment. I need your help to get to
Still?
the forest. Yeah.
Hmm.
I just need to lead me to, I guess the best way to say it is, like, wherever the hole in the middle of the forest is that isn't protected by its magics.
There's no place like that. I would immediately be able to. It's over there.
Thank you. Now stay awake with me so that I can get there in one piece.
Through shenanigans. You are eventually able to make your way through the forest.
Jesus Christ. Hello, Magic Frog. Nice seeing you again.
That's Muscle Frog.
Muscle Frog, my bad.
His
As
name
you-
was Magic Frog before he got muscles. You leave him alone.
He's Master
He went
Frog.
through a phase. He went through a phase. Leave him alone.
It's Magic Frog, but it's spelled like Magik.
Yeah.
Only Hylian. You would find your way going into this place. You would look around. You would see that mostly this place is seeming to be rather well. You do, now that you recognize the magic, you do feel that there is a similar cursed energy coming from the water in the center of this place. You probably need to take care of that at some point. But luckily nobody around here is probably any way enough to fall to those tricks.
Yeah. In fact, it may even be beneficial for what I need here.
You find that same similar cursed energy to the spell that the chief had used in the center here where the
Wait.
fountain is.
Can't I just suck it out and put it in the gem?
As I mentioned to you before, that is
Yeah.
technically not how your powers work.
That's not how they work.
However-
I'll bring it up with the boy about this then.
However, you could
Okay.
attempt to do so. What you do understand, though, is the last time you used your suck power was when you agitated the thing inside of you.
Yeah, so that'll
So you could try if
wait.
you'd like to.
No, I don't want to agitate it anymore. I don't want to agitate the wound in me.
You make your way around it. Luckily enough for you, you have completed your thing. You had made the save last time. However, you still don't want to look in the water at this point. You never know. It could bring you toward. If you do, it'll probably do what it did with Ronan and Gorthos and bring you into talking with them again. You feel, but up to you can make your way past it if you'd like, very easily.
Yeah.
As you make your way over, you do find that there is a Dompe, seemingly just standing outside of his main shack, looking to it and then turning to you. Well. Did you not just leave?
We did, yes. A lot of things happened, and
Are you going to come and attempt to bargain with me again, like you did the last time you came alone?
yes, basically.
You should listen to my son sometimes. While I am not actively going against any of you, I am still a evil person after all. Fully submerged in that, in fact.
I guess it's just a risk I have to take to, I guess, save myself?
You speak of the malice that's inside of you.
By using my unique power, I've agitated it, and it's making me weaker.
Well, of course. You in particular are one that should never touch such things. Hylians are the chosen people. The ones that are meant to completely go against myself, as well as that Ganon figure. Doop, doop. I'm gonna get you guys closer so I can zoom in.
Yeah. Also, at some point, we're gonna need to do something about the water in the thing in the middle there. It's been cursed by the Gerudo chief.
Oh, it's no problem.
I'm sure it's no
Fine,
problem
I was like,
for
oh,
you.
that's no problem. Don't worry about it. Most
Yeah.
likely, no one would make their way here that is outside of the forest. If one of the forest people made their way through, most likely they would just be, well, made into puppets once more and then brought back thanks to the spirit of the great tree that all of you have with you. Not to mention, if someone else came from outside of it, is very unlikely. None of the bodies here can succumb to that type of a curse, so it seems mostly fine. The only ones that would have any problem with it are those who frequent this place. You and your friends, and anybody who is after me. Which means it is a second layer of security for myself, I believe.
Hopefully that it could be useful for you. Maybe you could even twist it to make it even yours instead of the chieftain's.
I don't work with those kinds of magics. Not anymore.
Oh, I thought that you said something about twisting together a grand curse.
Oh, yes, but not one that steals the hearts of those around it. That's not what I'm after.
Good.
I could
But
not
that is
care
something-
less about most of you.
Fair enough.
It's no showing on you. You are just not my chosen people.
I understand that.
You are, however, ones that have connected yourselves entirely to a member of my race who decides that amongst themselves to be called a royal, as well as one who I consider a very close family member of mine. So you do have my attention, Hylian. You said Marco last time.
Yes.
Well, Marco, what exactly can I do for you?
A question that I've had for probably the longest time. The waters in the dungeons that you've made, what's up with that? At the very start of this whole adventure, and when I first met Ganon himself, I'd had to escape him by falling into that water, and it somehow cursed me.
That was not me. Though I did create the dungeons below your feet, at least most of the ways that would connect them and expand them. I did not create that. Oh, most likely that was from the, amount of malice that is just around that person. They are, as I mentioned to Polo before, I'm going to start referring to them as a tantrum. They're one that infects those around them entirely without any care or any sort of understanding. They are not fully what Ganon would be, not now, but that moblin that is attempting to make its way here, whether it understands why or not, is still a monster. One that touching any part of them is never good. The malice, the darkness that makes those creatures up, not all of them maliciously, but it does something to you. What I did do to those waters is I changed their flows. I make them move between each other. Every dungeon that you ever see is connected in one way or another. Whether you can find that connection or not is up to you. But I have connected each and every one of them through water. And that water, perhaps you've seen it, all of it has traces of magic inside of them. That same magic creates crystallized magics inside that I believe you and your people use for enchanting.
Interesting.
Perhaps my magic had mixed with whatever leftovers, we'll call them, from that creature, and had done some kind of effect onto you. If that is the case, you are a unique existence. One that has not only the power to pull the Master Sword, apparently, but also the power to wield dark magics. Unfortunately, your talents were squandered after those apparent followers of Ganon had destroyed the one that was meant to mess around with you, teach you. I don't know if they would have gained any sort of dark magics on their own, especially now knowing that they were of that man's understanding, the new hero. But perhaps they would have gained just as much of you as you would have from them.
Interesting.
Perhaps that's why they killed him. Even if they didn't know it themselves, perhaps they felt in their instincts that having one of you with the Triforce of Power, with the same magics that they held, would have been a little bit unfortunate for them.
So your tantrum going back in time to destroy the 100 heroes may not have been the only thing they went back in time to do.
You speak of Vati and Aghanim.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure what they're doing. They had once called themselves followers of mine, as well as a rather clingy weapon that I had as well. That one's gone, don't worry. They, at least in their youths, were cute. Demons who had their own understandings about what they would do and how they would build their lives. But, as I mentioned before, I am a sucker for things around me that happen to need or use me. I've sworn off violence as much as I can, and whenever things are around me, even just being around my vicinity changes them. Mostly for the worse. Those two just happen to be talented and have lived this long. One of them through undeath, the other through, I don't even know, magic, I suppose, is just simple enough. When it comes to them, I think of them as rowdy kids. Ones that unfortunately are about to break my window. Sorry, does that fall on deaf ears for you? It's a saying.
No, I
picked
understand
up.
it.
Oh, wonderful.
In fact, I used to be a rowdy kid that had broken windows before.
You are their perfect foil, then.
Good. That means I can beat them.
Not in this state.
Definitely not.
What are you going to do about that?
Well, I came to you seeking you out, getting your help, because out of everyone and everything that I know of, you're the only thing in existence right now that can actually help me with my specific problems. The goddess, with that curse that I had gotten from those waters, turned it into my sorcery that I can do. That's why I don't want to get rid of what I have if I want to learn anything from you.
Unfortunately, you're entirely tapped out, mortal.
Mm-hmm.
You are using up most of your potential, latent and otherwise. The magics that you hold are vast and, honestly, impressive. Most mortals of the current era cannot even fathom exactly how much of your potential you are using at any given time. If I were to put anything else into you, you would most likely die.
I feel like I'm gonna die anyway if I keep trying to use my powers. With the malice.
So you would risk it. Let me ask you, Marco. What do you think you have inside of you right now?
What I have inside me right now? Do you mean the literal malice that's in me, or?
Yes.
I took in a part of your tantrum.
And
That is
what
what's
do you
inside.
think would happen?
I thought it was magic.
And what
I
do
thought
you...
he was-
No, that's not what I'm asking you. And what do you think would happen if I then gave you my power?
Something very catastrophic, I'd assume.
That is exactly what they want. Maybe not through you, and maybe it would be different. But Aghanim and Vati have cultivated this monster, this tantrum of mine. They want it to absorb or defeat or something to me. And if that happens, they will raise a calamity. Ganon in a form that he has never felt, in a power he has never been granted. And then there's you, who now holds a fraction of Ganon's power. If I were to give you a fraction of mine, what would be any different with you from the Demon King of old, what I used to be?
I guess it would depend. Were you a Hylian before all this? And I'm not asking you to give me the power. I was wanting to know how to get rid of the malice in me, first and foremost. And how I can use and how I can make my own curses with the sorcery that I have. That's all I really wanted here.
Oh. Removing the malice would be simple, if it not the malice that it is currently. I cannot do it. For taking it into myself would just be the same problem, but reversed. If I absorb Ganon, then I would take all of Ganon's power, and at that point, I would be stronger than I ever would be, and let's just say it would be against my contract with the hero if I were to do something like that. I would be able to do it. There'd be not a single mortal in this world that could stop me.
I'm literally right here. There's nothing stopping you. You could just take it if you truly wanted it.
Well, first
if
off,
all this was just a facade.
Well, first off, it's not nearly enough inside of you right now. It is a fraction, a piece, yes, but it is still one that is volatile. If I were to take it, it would not probably give me nearly enough to actually defend myself, but it would be a start. For you, unfortunately, getting rid of it, at least from me, is impossible. But I can tell you what I can do.
What can you do?
I can remove part of your potential. If you truly wish to understand curses, dark magics, the black magics that I am the ruler of, the only way for you to move forward with that is to obtain my power. Your sorcery is impressive, but it is still only just what you have gotten secondhand. While it is something that can interfere with magic and curses, it is not true black arts. I could remove part of your potential and replace it with mine. But if I did that, I just want you to understand that a fraction of you, a part of you, would not be Ganon, would not be myself. You wouldn't even be Hylian anymore. You would be what I had achieved. You would be a step below, a body fit for godhood. Whether or not you could understand or even wield that power would be up to yourself. Or if it would tear you apart and just force you into being Ganon. Shrugs. Either way, it'd be interesting.
That it would.
Upon him saying all these things and looking at him, you're like, yeah, I can see how people could take advantage of him.
Yeah, I can see that.
He finds
I can see
things
that.
interesting, and then he's like, oh, I couldn't possibly, but I could.
Man,
It'd be such a bad
I
idea,
hear
or would it be?
God, I fucking hate him.
I listen, I hear him, man. This is quite the odd situation that this could just work out with me becoming a god by then going over to the Master Sword pedestal and entering the divine realm.
But would you do that, Marco?
What is
As funny as that is, it's not Marco's aim.
Marco, or I guess Emerald, what he is
Yeah.
currently offering you, if you were to wish to part with your thief, your sorcerer, your ninja, or your spelunker class, you could. If you were to give me any of those, it would be replaced with his power,
Mm-hmm.
which you would understand would be something akin to a vassal, but not really. This is more its own thing.
Yeah.
If you were
It's
to
a
do that.
very interesting thing, and you know me. You know I would love to do shit like this.
If you were to do that, some things would have to change,
Yeah.
but it is something you could do. You would most likely not be limited by the malice inside of you anymore. You wouldn't have to worry about it murdering you. But from what he says, he would draw it out from you. But literally, if he were to do that, it would just be what they want, but reversed.
Yeah.
So one of the only people that could help you, unfortunately, can't help you in this specific case. You could try to find someone
Yes.
else, but the only way he can help you is by completely changing your class.
Yeah. I understand. I understand this completely. God, do I wish to do this, but I like my things that I fucking have! Ugh. Damn you, cursed genealogy, why can't you let me make curses? Ah.
Now choose, Spider-Man.
As he looks to you, the malice eventually will take hold, but if you find someone to relieve you of it, you shouldn't have any permanent effects onto you from it. As long as, of course, they get it out of you before you die.
What happened then? If I did end up dying because I needed to use it, because where we're going next is really gonna need all of my powers here.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but the same thing that happens to everyone who dies.
Ah, I thought you meant it would do something to my physical body beyond
the
just
the
dying.
permanent effect it would have if they got it out of you after you died is the fact that you're still dead.
Oh, I thought he was saying, oh, your body's gonna become some mangled monster
no,
if you die. Okay, cool.
He's more like, hey, if they can get it out of you before you die, you'll be fucking peachy. Problem is, before you die is the key thing there.
Then I had to find somebody else that can do it, or I had another thought about how it could come out of me in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Since I have my own Master Sword, I could just go to the Divine Realm. Could that not purify it from me?
Would it have of me if I still had it?
Well, you're not the hero with the Master Sword going through it that way.
The Master Sword, the Sword of Evil's Bane, is a great weapon. Believe me, as the first to feel its wrath, I understand it. It severs and destroys the darkness, or so it says. But one thing you have to understand, Marco, is has it actually ever done that? Has it ever actually destroyed the darkness? Or is it just pushing it somewhere else?
Seems like that's been what it's done this whole time.
It repels the darkness. It keeps the dark at bay, and for a time it brings peace. But ever since that sword was made, ever since it struck me down, it created a stronger force, an anger that could not destroy. And unfortunately, if you take that into the sacred realm and try to purge it of yourself, whatever that is will then be loose in the sacred realm. It would not destroy it. Everything that has ever been created was created by the 3 golden goddesses. And that includes evil, Marco.
Mm-hmm.
Malice is unnatural. It was birthed of me, and it is the worst thing that I have put upon this world. But me saying it's unnatural is only in our own understanding. It is definitely a force of nature in one way. And while that sword there, and the one identical to it that you have there, that's interesting.
One's mine, one's Jason's.
I see. I don't, but I see.
Time shenanigans in the forest.
I hate this forest.
It's very funny.
That's why
to
I
me.
destroyed that part of it for here.
Believe me, I really would love to give the little skull kid the ocarina back just to see if he could bring out 2 more.
Either way. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Even though you would have those things, it is not going to destroy it, unfortunately. Weaken it, sever it, yes, but not destroy. Take that to the sacred realm, and I have no idea what it would do.
Mm-hmm.
But it would not purge something. It is technically a part of its creation.
Damn it. Oh well. Let's to figure something else out then.
You could always do what it was meant to do.
Oh.
He looks to the blade, and then you see him point to his stomach. Could always sever it from yourself, though it could be painful. You might live, especially
That
if you
was
have a
kind
strong
of my last resort option, yes.
You might live, especially if you have a strong healer.
And I do have 2 of them, so I'd be doubly as effective at severing it, I think.
If you did it right here, I could make sure that you wouldn't die, though you probably trust your own healers more.
It's not that I don't trust you to keep me alive, it's more they won't know that I'm not there for probably a whole night before trying to find where I am. And I would rather not be in agony during however long it would take them. I did, in fact, sneak off again to come see you for it.
Rebellious.
I know.
You would have made a fine demon.
Probably.
Well, think on what I've told you. I cannot help someone without unfortunately sacrifice on their part. That is how the black arts are. It is unfortunate that in order to change something, I have to change it.
Yeah. Thank you, though. Now I know that the reason I was cursed is because that thing kept shitting in your water. That is the entire takeaway from my conversation.
You have shit magic.
And the goddess fixed it for me. Cleaning up your messes.
You just see Zelda in a fucking like large overalls and like a plumber outfit, like, I can fix it.
Oh my god! I've been holding in what he said leftovers. Oh.
Sucks.
But I at least now know more than I did, which is good for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You now know the true nature of your sorcery as well.
Yeah.
It isn't that you have curse magic, it's that you have magic that was cursed.
Mm-hmm.
So you are able to use that power to not only mess with magic, but also mess with cursed magic. you are basically one of the only mages out there that can manipulate not only regular magic, but also dark magic. You can't create your own dark magic, but you can mess with it a little. You can fuck with it.
I do have a funny gem with a curse in it. Maybe I can fuck with it a little bit.
And if you wanted to, you could just upgrade that by getting rid of the sorcery and just getting straight fucking dark arts.
But I like my unique thing.
It's another unique thing. Wouldn't you like to be Dark Sage, Marco?
No, that's not his deal. He
I
likes the
honestly
things
have
he
no
has.
idea what I would do if I were to put fucking Demise magic and Ganon magic together inside of you.
Honestly, the what I would imagine is
I just know it
Marco is
wouldn't be
now
good.
out of the campaign.
I just know it wouldn't be good. You would most likely, like, I wouldn't kick you out of the campaign, but there'd be some rolls, probably.
There would be a lot of rolls, and I do believe that with
You would.
thinking about it logically, a being that has demise power, Ganon power, the fucking two master swords is not a recipe for a hero.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? He said you wouldn't be a Highland anymore. Can you imagine growing bone hair?
I don't want to grow bone hair. You see,
I don't wanna be
as-
bone hair.
It's like
I don't
it's
want
like
bone
actually
hair.
you'd be like fucking Ico with like the fucking you mean just a horn child with magic swords.
When it comes
Great.
to Demise, his hierarchy of people he likes, as far as just like, you know, people around that are his chosen people, he's like, love demons. Demons are great. Humans are pretty cool. I like humans.
Humans are neat, I guess.
Highlands aren't at the bottom. He respects bottom. He respects Highlands. They're not at the bottom. Probably the bottom would be the Zora.
And that's not, and I don't even really think it's like anything beyond
fuck
just
you
like
too.
they have to be put somewhere on the list.
No,
I was
it's most likely just because they're pure devotion to the gods.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I just wanted to be a sassy bitch.
He's like, they've done nothing for you. You're not even their chosen people. Why are you fucking giving your lives to the gods? What are you doing, fish? What are you doing, fish himbos? Stop!
Ah, fuck you, Dad.
You make me so angry, fish himbos.
This is why Gorthos built him a city.
Gortha's like, no, your devotion is wonderful, and you should be
Go
rewarded
harder.
for it.
Here's a mage killer. Go kill that mage over there.
Fuck
He wants
you.
to nice.
Fuck you, son.
It's an arms race, old man.
I'm gonna give all the sacred artifacts to the Zora because you don't like them.
Oh man.
This all boils down to just a giant family spat of just you're a fucking bitch. You're all between parent and child.
Marco, as you go to leave, you do find as you make your way toward the north area, because you would have to leave the exact way you came when you're being guided by a fairy.
Yeah.
You would find right as you would get toward the end of this. Marco.
Yes, Dape?
Walking towards you, you find he is currently holding a box. It is very similar to the box that Galen has. He has the little magic box. The little tiny chest.
Ah. Oh. What's this? I know it's a box that it's similar to what Galen has, but
He put that over on your side really quick. Bam. Just note that one of these spaces is currently filled with something you have no idea what it is.
Le gasp, a thing.
Something
A
you can
mysterious
something
thing.
you cannot pull out. As he hands this over to you, he looks to you. In case the worst happens, or the best happens for me. Whether I'm killed by Ganon and absorbed into his being, or I'm killed by my son or his son, daughter. Whether I'm allowed to ascend and no longer can affect this place. Essentially, whether good or bad happens to me, if you ever need to listen to what I said I would do for you, it is right here. He's still holding on to the box as he's holding it to you.
Thank you.
I don't want you to think that this is a gift.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I can only say is my last stand of rebellion. I have sworn off violence. I hate those who have made their way through and who have destroyed the order that has been made. Those who give my people a bad name. Those who exploit the ones I like. I hate every bit of it, and I am the cause of it all. I have had to sit with this knowledge of that since time forgotten. I have had to sit here and be the bad guy for the entirety of that time, and I deserve it. But in this box that I am bequeathing to you, hero, is the exact thing that I offered you. A small spark of black arts. You can use it. You can give it away to another. You can keep it in your family and have its knowledge of it die with you. But as long as this exists, and believe me, it would be very difficult to destroy. As long as this exists, my rebellious heart will stay in this world. And it will aid whoever decides to use it. Be it you, one of your descendants, one of your friends, someone who raids your coffers when you're old, someone who raids your tomb when you're dead. Maybe it's found in ruins whenever you are dust thousands of years from now. It will always be here to aid the next person. And when that person dies, it will be there to aid the next, and the next. For I do truly believe in my black heart that it could be useful, that I am not just responsible for this world's evils. If anyone chooses to misuse it, that is entirely on them. I would be gone with no influence. Let's see the hero blame me again. He lets go of it and shoves it towards you. I hope it causes you
Understood.
to live. Or again, I hope it helps whoever comes in the future. But I will bequeath this to you, Hylian, chosen people of the mortal goddess, so you may know that I harbor no ill will toward you. That those of this world, if they have need, if I ascend, could always speak to me if they need. Or if I'm dead, most of you would be dead anyway. He starts walking away.
This is very true. So this is not a gift. He does not thank him, but he nods to him as he goes.
You hold in your hand a spark of the dark arts. Otherwise known as the spark of the black arts, because that's what he said his name was. He was the sage of black magic, my bad.
Yeah.
It is now, technically, if you keep it, considered a family heirloom for you. a gift given to you by at least a demigod.
Where's demigod? It's hooray, guys! Family heirloom just dropped.
As he leaves, do you keep it?
He keeps it.
I'm going to assume.
What else would I do with it? Would I just drop it on the ground and just leave?
Throw it in the Lost Woods, be like, find it now, bitch.
No! Do you know what's in there?
Yeah, I wouldn't leave it out there for Ganon to find.
He's in there for 1,000 more years doing his stupid fucking bullshit, okay? That's not happening. That is not staying there. That's not staying in the forest. It's mine for now. I'll make sure that it has a nice little plaque on it that says, hey, fucking fancy words about the black magic being potentially useful and shit. Who fucking knows? It's mine now. Fuck you.
We're gonna assume that for everyone, whenever you are done with whatever it is you are doing, practicing, smooching, getting things together for mage robes, returning from a forest, that eventually all of you would find yourselves back at home. Rock, get out of there. They're all having a talk. As each of you would bring yourselves back home, the one thing on each of your guys' minds now, as the sun is not going down, but is getting to a position where it is definitely making things a lot more red and orange, a lot more. It's sunset. Things are happening. The world is ending. As each of you would make your way back, the one thing on each of your guys' mind now is that tomorrow, you guys, as well as the king and the chosen people that he has brought with him, will all be potentially setting foot in the sacred realm. With all that being said, I can't find Gorthos.
Put myself at the table.
Oh, you moved it? Okay, you moved.
Where'd my guy Gorthos go?
I need your greatest healers.
Each of you have had your own thoughts over what to do. Ronan, you would find that Magic Frog and the others are here. They're like, hey, what's up? They're over there.
Yeah, that's where he brought them.
Yeah. Oh, right. You're the one that brought them there. My bad.
Yeah.
Magic Frog's just like sitting there hanging out. Dawn's just sleeping. Dragon's bouncing on top of Magic Frog.
Hermes.
As you guys would make your way back, what is the plan? Each of you look to each other, knowing that a decision has to be made now more than ever about demise.
I've named the box. It is great. The best name. 10 out of 10.
So what are we doing about this?
About what?
Dante thing.
Oh, him.
Well, I think that unless anybody has any objections, I think we should allow Mr. Dompe to enter the sacred realm.
Seriously, what is your plan of action?
That is my plan of action. I am serious, Gorthos.
Absolutely not.
Based on what?
Well, let's see. It all started a thousand years ago. He's a lying, manipulating little snake of a person. He buys the pacifist act for now, but Gorthos knows he's going to slip up and reveal his true nature. The mask will slip, it always does.
It has not slipped in over thousands of years.
I don't think it's a mask.
Can you make that decision, though? If it is, then we're basically giving him all the power he needs.
Oh, no.
If we don't make that decision, we're going to be handing off a extremely strong power to another form in one way or another, whether it be now or whenever they revive themselves again later.
So maybe
Alright.
maybe I missed something along the way. But remind me. So the thing we're considering is whether or not to let him into the divine realm.
And
Yes.
potentially ascending, yes.
If he
Yeah,
goes into the divine
But
realm,
why is that necessary?
if he goes into the divine realm, he can no longer be manipulated by all those people who want to manipulate him. And anybody who wants to use this Ganon guy against him no longer can. They won't be able to get to him. Which means that even if we stop it now, later on, whenever Demise or Ganon or both revive themselves, which they always do, we don't have to worry about it. That power is going to be gone forever.
If we found a way to get rid of that revival thing, or at least for Ganon, would we need to let him into the divine realm?
The only thing we've seen so far to be able to do that is that guy's weapon, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, but I
And-
feel like that's maybe an option to explore, right?
If
I
his
don't
own
know.
his own weapon works on him. Which it might.
Or it might work on him, but depending on how tied into the magic and malice and whatever it is, I don't know if we could get him to stab himself with it, or if it would instantly kill him.
Well, we know it won't instantly kill him. It didn't instantly kill Gorthos, right?
Meaning we'll need it to
Yeah.
have. I mean, I think
We'd
that
just
in order
need
to
to-
actually use it against him, is that we need something big enough to actually swing it at him, rather than him just accidentally cutting himself with it. I don't think that's possible.
That's
with
not a
what he has.
problem that's not a problem if we have Gorthos, right? He has a large enough body.
He needs materials to repair it. It doesn't just grow back. He needs sturdy bones, preferably those of fallen heroes, for a proper replacement.
Do you still have the old ones, like the ones that fell off?
They turn to dust.
Those
Okay.
were turned to.
that'll present some issues.
Technically, he could start pulling apart pieces of Donu and, well, yes, they would reshape themselves to fit the body size, but then comes the problem of they would be taken out of fashion.
You also
It's-
know that once you start grafting heroes together, you're most likely probably going to lose whatever that personal connection has been with them.
Yeah. Also, the obvious part of grafting different bodies together does cause some complications.
Seems to not have
Don't-
much of a difference compared to necromancy.
It's different enough.
Before we even think about Gorthos,
But
the big thing we need to worry about now is if we want to risk it. Do we want to make it to where in 1,000 years, whenever all of us, including potentially Gorthos, is gone, that somebody else has to deal with this?
No. I'd rather, if the piece can be taken off the table, so to speak, I fully agree with Polo in putting him in the Divine Realm. Because I don't see any other method of stopping this without at least confirming Ganon cannot be put back together with Demise.
You all are worried about if this great power will rise itself upon these two combining together. What if the great power we're making into a god?
I think that he.
I'm just
He doesn't
saying
wanna
it's
be
the same. It's the same risk, right?
There is a risk either way.
I don't know what the best option is. In fact, if you were to put it down to a vote, I would abstain. I don't know if actually sending him off into the Divine Realm is the best option, or if feeding him to that creature and then killing him with those Master Swords would do anything. But at the same time, I also don't want to be the one that rises a dark god.
The Master Swords are the blade, are evil's bane, not destruction. Every time that they've been used, it's not destroyed it, it's just moved it somewhere else.
Well,
They can't completely destroy the evil. Only repel it.
would it not be possible to, when we go into the Divine Realm, ask the gods to maybe help make it like that? To help improve them, to make them more powerful so they can do that?
It is not like the gods have not cast out other gods from the Divine Realm before. That is what happened to Master Solaire.
Oh,
Like I told Polo before, if he starts acting up, we open up the door and drag him back out.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Besides,
Polo said something pretty important before that they haven't said yet.
I think it could be beneficial in the future. I know he had a very dubious past, but I want to believe in Mixed Link that he has changed in these many thousands of years. I think his actions as of late, the actions that precede us even by just 1,000 years, let alone 10,000, I feel speak for who he really is now, Mr. Dompe. And we demons have no god. We have no god to offer our prayers and our hopes. Nothing for us to look and wonder and hope. The Zora have their god. The Gerudo have a god. The Hylians. Everybody but us. We lived being told that the gods do not look at us, let alone smile. But Mr. Dompe loves us. It is a love we demons have lacked for since our creation. Do we not deserve a god?
Damn, I was already on your side, and now I'm even more.
Well, when you put it like that.
Gallon literally pulls out like a couple of handkerchiefs and put them onto the table as if it's like the die has now been cast. Like, here you guys go. That's our trump card.
I also would like to say, because I just got done talking with him, he no longer wants to be responsible for the world's evils. That isn't just him. He, at least seems to me, it could just be the chance that he has to prove that he is not that anymore. He has had every chance to go back on his deal, to do whatever, or just let it happen to himself if he truly wanted to be this evil entity forever. Being a demon god doesn't mean he's going to be the evil demon god. And I don't think he wants to be known as that evil anymore.
I know I had said it before, but in the Zora Temple, when we had the incident with Miss Clarity, Dompe was not there of his volition, and all he wanted to do was escape, because he knew that at any moment he could hurt everybody, kill us even. He did not want that. I feel
Clarity
like
was
the entity
fucking
that
scary, by the way. Clarity's the only person that could make Dompe, like, go against his word, because they control their cards. They were the only person that could have made him go violent against his will.
Mr. Dompe knew what could happen if he remained there, and he knew that he had to leave. I feel the entity that you still believe he is would not have cared.
It did get split apart.
Or do you doubt the splitting powers of the Master Sword?
The demise you hold your grudge is not Mr. Dompe. That is why he cast aside the name, because it is not his, and it hasn't been for thousands of years. It is a name people have seared onto him to make him a pariah of everything. And all he's ever wanted is another chance. I think he's earned it.
Don't make me a liar, Gorthos.
Ascending a new god may very well give us the edge that we need against his tantrum.
It would give him the chance to do some good rather than always being forced to do bad things.
And if you're confident we can drag him back out of there...
Gorthos understands what you're all saying. You'd be a hypocrite not to acknowledge that what you say does have merit. You must understand, and he understands too, that you weren't there. You didn't have to bury 1,000 friends. There weren't mountains of corpses behind Dompe when we went to his graveyard. A lot of lives were lost to prevent the demon god from ascending. And in the end, giving him what he wants, what he's always wanted, just sits wrong. The demon kind of this world deserve a god.
Then
He just doesn't know if it's Dompe they deserve.
Then why not force him into a deal for it? He seems to like making deals.
It's hard to hold the gods to anything. They hold you to things.
But he has to ascend to godhood, right? Shouldn't like a deal that would force him to be a good demon god still affect how that works? I'm just talking out my ass here. I don't know how god
You're
ascension
wondering
works.
if a deal made pre-godhood would still hold after godhood.
Or if it could be an intrinsic part of it.
I would love to tell you yes so that we could end the conversation at that and just have you guys move forward with it, but probably not.
This whole thing.
He's
Go ahead.
He's been trying to honor what Link had asked. It's hard to think that of all the creatures in this world that he could change. It seems impossible. But maybe Gorthos is the problem. Maybe he's let hate take hold.
Makes
Again, with a
sense.
laugh.
It makes sense as to why. From what Link had said, you all had a problem after he became Ganon as well, right?
He only possessed us all and turned us into meat puppets to destroy the world with. Except Gorthos, he was dead at that time. He was bones. It's also the first time he watched Link die.
Hey. Let's be sure to keep things straight, though, all right? That was a part of him. But that's the part we're gonna go kick their ass of.
The part of him, yeah, the part of him you hate is someone else now, and we're definitely going to deal with him.
Yeah, I don't want that one to go to godhood. If that helps you out, I want to kill it.
No,
I want to murder it, and then when it comes back, I want my descendant to murder it. little front horned little Gerudo, little tan little front horn demon.
Would you two make a new kind of demon then?
No, it would still be just a half demon.
You see him like put his hands up at his head and like poke his fingers out to the front again, just like he had said earlier with you, Polo.
Yeah.
Like the crown almost.
I mean, would a sea and a river Zora create a new subset of Zora?
We don't have to talk about this right
I
now.
don't know.
You know what? You know
I
what?
love the two sides. I don't know. We don't have to talk about that.
Your attempts at levity are appreciated. But Polo. He admits you have a point. Just really wishes it wasn't him.
You hear a cracking from behind you from the door, Gorthos. As you do see, there is a person there looking back toward all of you, seemingly just listening in at the doorway.
Marker knew she was there. He waved.
You don't hear shit.
Well, don't be a stranger then.
If this is where we all stand, there's all Gorthos can do besides prattle on like an old man.
Link makes their way in, and they make their way over toward Gorthos. As they do, you feel a hand on your shoulder. I've never asked you to be okay with it. I just wanted you to respect it. We Hylians chose our god, right? Maybe you don't have to be okay with it, but just respect the decision of the demons.
So technically speaking, we're making the choice for the demons beyond just the princess / future queen making the decision. But if we don't do it soon, then we can't really ask them to vote on it.
If we
If you're gonna
could
get bogged
get
down
a
with the
consensus of all the demons, if we had the time for that, obviously we probably should do something, or at least like leaders or something, but we don't have the time.
Also, every single one of them would vote for themselves. Let's not play games here.
This is also true, yeah.
I think that we would have a hard time stopping Volcircuit from literally invading the castle to try to get into the door.
Oh, he wouldn't.
Are you too busy fighting off something in his domain?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening over there. You don't know. You know.
Volcircuit wouldn't be interested. He talks big, but
I feel like if Mr. Dompe became a god and was able to even show some signs of his divinity, it could even be a unifying factor between the northern and southern tribe. We could actually become a nation.
There was a time when Northwest thought that would be the case. A long time ago. If Dompe steps out of line, not even a god will stop him from dragging him out of that realm. But let him get the foot in the door, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that settles it. Where's a scribe when you need one? Need somebody to write all this shit down. Charcoal! Charcoal!
Gallon, wait.
Stops at the door.
There is something else that I need to say.
Oh, coming back.
Thank you. The reason why I spoke to him, because I'm sure y'all are probably wondering about that, because I didn't go to speak to him.
Mm-hmm.
During the fight in the castle.
Nothing. Go back. Go. Shush, we're listening. Go back.
During the fight in the castle, when I was using my...
The heroes are talking.
Champions only.
Why the fuck are you in there?
Oh my god.
Sorry.
That was funny as shit. During the fight, when I was trying to absorb the blast from the what was his title again? When I was trying to help the Donu and take in the magic, and I got blasted back, I ended up, what's the right way to say it? Agitating the malice in me, and it's gotten worse.
Malice,
can't-
you still have that? You thought you would have purged that by now.
Gorthas, it's only been a day. It's been a day.
It's been a handful of hours.
Thought you would have purged him by now.
You thought that's why you wandered off to go get it purged at the Temple of Light.
If that could work, that'll be great. But
Well, there was also making a potion of silent princesses, since it is a mortal goddess's favorite flower. And that could probably purify Marco's malice.
Yes, the guard is full of those weeds. True.
if that can work, that'll be perfect. But please let me explain the issue.
Sorry. Please.
The malice has affected my power, and when I use it, it's going to get worse, and it's going to keep hurting me. I can't perform as well as I should be able to with just my regular basic athleticism because of it. I was hoping that Dante could have done something, but if he tried, he would end up either taking it in or having to replace some of my potential, one of my many abilities that I have that I can't get rid of at the moment. And if he had done that, because of the original curse from the start of all this, being made from the malice and the malice in me from Ganon, it could do something catastrophic inside of me. So I didn't want to do that. Could become a god if I wanted to do that, though. Interesting stuff there.
Hey, there we go. Secondary god.
But also, I could either probably explode,
Never mind.
or become a mini Ganon. Potentially.
Neither of those sounds very good.
All right, if we're gonna do a vote for this one, I will take part in it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Not that you
I
have to do a
didn't-
vote for your own body. It's your thing. You do you. But I will probably stop you, despite the words I just said.
I don't want to become a god specifically, nor do I want to die from the malice. So there's no vote needing to be had.
It's like
Okay.
no, it's like I will vote to stop you. Not I don't. You do you. You're supposed to be something that it's yourself. You decide your own thing. I will not let you. Fuck.
The fact that you're still sitting here relatively fine speaks to the fact you didn't take the deal.
But if we are all going into the divine realm, or if I had used the Master Sword to do it and tried to purge it there's no telling what could happen. So either I'm going to need to sit out of going to the Divine Realm, which, I don't really want to do that. That just sounds like fun.
You also can't if we want to get a Triforce of Power all juiced up, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we kind of need you to go in there.
You just can't. I mean, I could do the thing I did on me to you, but I don't think you want to get rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, as long as you don't purge it, you should be good, right?
Right. But there's no telling what could happen with it being in the Divine Realm when it's, unnatural malice to the world. So I was thinking of trying to purge it rather quickly and dangerously, in a sense.
How would you do that?
Stabbing myself with the Master Swords and having healers on hand to not let me die.
Oh,
Orthos knew that was coming in some
is that all?
fashion.
Oh, is that all? Ronan's like, is that all? Galen, is that all?
Yeah. And having it out of me as soon as possible would be very nice. I don't know if I can wait for potential potions to be made or going to a temple and trying to purify it out of me like that. Because I don't know if that will work specifically.
Should I go start picking the weeds? We know quite a batch of talented potion makers. I feel like that would expedite the process exponentially.
Yeah, we could figure something out if you think that Silent Princesses will work, Polo.
Master Zoleh said that something that gods are keen and show affection towards.
And yes, we could try to mess with something. I could go get Argo. I mean, he works with plants better somehow.
It is the mortal goddess's favorite flower, and thus should have holy properties to some extent for it being something that she cherishes. And then if we use Argo's more intuitive potion brewing,
Yeah?
just make
No, nothing. Go on. We'll be done in a minute.
I like to imagine everyone here listening in.
Yeah, they're just all lined up at the door.
He just heard Argo, so he came over like, yeah?
These walls are paper thin.
Oh dear.
One of the needle flies in the mouth.
Either way,
That was a good idea.
either way, using Argo's more simplistic and intuitive way of brewing, he just need consider a purifying agent, and it should come close to what we're hoping for.
Maybe
I
if I
feel like
started with the Master Sword, it also infuse something into it.
And hey,
I mean, it could.
if none of that works, we are literally going to go see your god in like a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the desert. And that one, points to Gorthos, will not let us leave without her.
No, he will destroy the fortress of the Garuda before he leaves that place if he needs to. Sorry, Gal.
If
You said the
potion
fortress,
isn't-
it can be rebuilt.
if the potion isn't able to completely purify you, it should at least make things a little bit easier on you. Maybe even purify just some of it partially. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, and I'm sure we can get, like, once we have the actual goddess around, I'm sure she'd be willing to part with, like, some sweat or bathwater or something.
What?
I mean, she did bathe in the main bath a while back.
Huh?
We
was not-
cycled that water out, right?
Galen looks over toward like you guys just with a smile. You just see Link looking like they're about to draw their sword.
Hold on.
Wait. Let them cook.
Hold on, wait.
It-
Let's let them finish the sentence. It will be their final words.
No. I sense I've said something wrong.
Since
You
I've
did.
made a mistake of some kind.
Keep going, Polo.
I mean, the goddess did bathe in our bath not that long ago.
You can't. We empty that out. Doesn't someone empty that out? Well, that's
I
only
just
used
assumed-
once.
It's probably
It
not
was
as probably not as good if it's not fresh though, right?
Hmm.
So, that's even worse.
Anyway.
They're out of line, but they're right.
I
Do
mean,
not
I mean,
validate that.
Marco.
Sorry, Paula, go.
no, I mean, it just, I'm not trying to make it seem anything perverted. It's just, it would be water that was imbued with the goddess's presence. It would practically be holy water.
Don't.
We do have the holy water teapot at the Demon Manor.
Why didn't we just go with that first?
I mean, it took a couple bridges to get there. I apologize.
That is probably what we should use as a base for the first batch. Yeah.
That's probably yes.
We won't worry about getting your god's bathwater until it's later on.
He's going to
until it
empty
feels
that
like it's absolutely necessary.
Exactly.
He's going to charge the heat lantern and disintegrate that entire pool.
Gamer god bathwater.
We also got to thank you for reminding me. We also got to fix the cursed water in the forest.
We have a lot to do.
We have a lot to do. And if I'm going to be able to help us when we go to the desert, because I'm not going to lie, I need to use my powers when we go there with all the cursed shit going on. That's why I feel like trying to get this out of me is like my top priority at the moment.
Well, let's see what we can do about the potion. And Argo, give him a minute.
We're calling you this time.
What do you mean give him a minute?
Yeah? Are you done?
Are you all lined up at the door, or?
No, I'm in the other room.
You just...
You said you described.
What is everyone doing?
Just Rudon's on the cart.
just riding on Akari's shoulders.
I just imagine all their heads are like poking out horizontally from the side of the door, just like
Just all lined up down the door.
Adam's just looking at everyone, looking through the door toward the rest of you. You all realize we can hear you, right?
How thin are these walls?
What did they mean by bathwater?
I never realized that before.
I'm just curious. How thin have these walls been this entire time?
Oz didn't build it.
If we're about the bedroom walls, are very thick.
Okay, thank goodness.
But what about the floors?
They need to be like, I don't know, right here to hear anything. I think that's y'all's room up there.
I got an idea.
Or was it over here?
Galen stands up. As he does, a bit of wind travels him away. He floats up from the opening that's right here to the next floor.
Uh-huh.
Polo, can you hear me? I'm in our room.
Can I hear him?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yes!
Oh well, that then.
I was down.
Wow.
I wasn't in our room. I was in the hall.
Oh, well, there's a balcony, though. Okay. I mean,
In
as long
any
as no one
case-
claims
No,
they've
the
ever heard
room- no, the
anything, I
rooms
think
are-
they're but,
No, the rooms are fine. They would have said something before now.
oh,
Everyone's
hey.
in everybody's promiscuity notwithstanding in this accursed house.
Promiscuity, I'm offended.
Oh, wait.
We
Y'all's
need-
is that room. Then Sheffos would probably know.
In any case,
Argo, we need the aid of potion makers.
Potion makers, yes.
we should probably get
Because
started on
Marco
that
is
tonight.
dying.
Yeah, yeah, of course I can do that. Yeah.
Purifying malice is what we need to do.
You've got this. I have to train the new prophet.
What the what?
Charcoal,
What does that mean?
Charcoal, how's your handwriting? Don't worry about it. Follow me.
Oh.
He's gonna put in writing that Gorthos agreed to make demise of God.
Okay.
Do we want to go help out with that? He looks over to Obra.
Yeah, I could definitely, if I can help you, Argo. I don't know exactly how to do your line of things, but I can make potion base pretty well. You want to use the holy water teacup? Can I come with you to get it, Polo?
Yes. It wouldn't be too much to ask if somebody was able to procure the silent princesses from the garden.
I can do that.
I'll do that. Okay. We can both do it.
There's enough out there. Let's all go.
Mm-hmm.
As you
I
guys
feel like
go ahead.
No, she's gonna. I feel like the more the more the better.
As you guys
Get a bunch.
attempt to start preparing these things, getting a potion ready for Marco to see if it alleviates anything even slightly. You guys all find that the camera makes its way over to Magic Frog, who barely opens an eye looking over. I could solve all of their problems in an instant if only they would understand my work. No.
What do you mean? Ronan understands it perfectly.
No. As we will leave things there for the night, with you guys going off to potentially try to make this holy water silent princess potion. Maybe you guys can find some other things to throw in there. Maybe you guys don't need it. Who's to say? I think that now that we all are under a consensus of attempting to allow Demise to ascend in order to make sure that Ganon does not return at a amount of power that apparently, according to Demise, he has never had. Maybe we will see how things go from there. I think that with all of you guys talking it out, with us having our start to the days going through, we will come back next week with the rest of the day, which is to say what all you guys want to do to actually prepare for the thing we're doing, resting, and then going over to the king in the morning to attempt to open up the sacred realm. Not to mention, in the next day, you guys know that Koro should be done with their venture. That is the time that they would have given that they would be able to make their way through. And depending on if you do finish things with Demise, you guys could think of maybe making your way over to the rock. Many doors open from what the decisions that have just been made lie forward. I think, even though we said this could have been a shorter game today, and it's been about almost 5 hours,
Yeah.
we're going to end things here. Hope you guys had a fun time with all of the whiplashy story things that have happened today. I will get you the song next game as well, Ronan.
Hell yeah.
With all that being said, got a question? Until next time, like always, later days.
Bye-bye.